Clemson's really just running a quick out. He adjusts when he wants the ball downfield, and Walker just gets there just a little too early. Good job by Ladson coming back to the football to kind of create that contact between him and Wesley Walker. Coverage for Georgia Tech is really clamping down on this Clemson pass game.
Nittany Lions, Tigers, and a Penn State whiteout. Oh my. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football, Auburn at Penn State, live from right here in Happy Valley. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Auburn, hashtag Penn State as well. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. I am your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Currently, it looks like Ohio State will hang on, defeating Tulsa from the Horseshoe in Columbus. Barely surviving, scoring just late to extend their lead, and the Buckeyes will defeat Tulsa to rebound following their first loss of the season last week at home against Oregon. Oregon in action a little bit later on tonight. Also, right now we have the two smart schools facing off with Northwestern and Duke. Two of the smartest schools out there, I should say. Not just the two smart schools, there's a few others. Stanford and Vanderbilt are actually playing tonight as well, so we'll have to keep an eye on that game. A Final Four, if you will, for this Saturday night in college football. Also right now, Memphis about to defeat Mississippi State at home. South Carolina and Georgia just kicked off from behind the hedges. We have Georgia Tech and Clemson also on. They actually kicked off at 3:30, however, are just beginning the second half due to a weather delay from earlier in the game. So we'll see if that affects the kick time, which it shouldn't, but the network for our upcoming kick with the Big Ten and SEC about to throw down an upcoming contest with the Auburn Tigers and Penn State and the Lions meeting for the first time since 2003 Citrus Bowl, in which Auburn defeated Penn State by a final score of 13-9. Kickoff 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on ABC. So hopefully they move Georgia Tech, Clemson to say like ESPN News, because on ESPN right now we have South Carolina and Georgia that just kicked off. There's also a game on ESPNU and ESPN2 as well, so that leaves ESPN News. They very well could have Auburn Penn State kick over there as well until this game finishes up, but especially with the whiteout, the entrance, and the start of the game, I would think ESPN, Disney if you will, with ESPN and ABC all wrapped up into one with connections, that they'd like that on ABC, because it's supposed to be a Saturday night prime time kick on ABC local, whatever number that is for yourself. Once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. So yeah, got a few football games on right now, as always. What a day it's been in college football, to be honest with you. Alabama just held on at Florida, picking up a 2-point win, 31-29. And then earlier, before that, at noon, had a few blowouts. Wouldn't be shocked if this Auburn Penn State game turns into a blowout for either the Tigers visiting a Big Ten school for the first time in almost 100 years, dating back to 1931 when they played at Wisconsin. Penn State already played at Wisconsin this year 2 weeks ago as well to kick off the year, winning 16-10. Penn State also defeated Ball State last week to start off 2-0 this year in 2021. Auburn's also 2-0, averaging 61 points a game. However, the Tigers have not played anybody whatsoever. Wins over Akron and Alabama State. So, hostile environment in the whiteout. Auburn, of course, just like Alabama did 10 years ago, as tonight's Penn State-Auburn matchup for a non-conference home game for the Nittany Lions is the biggest since the Tide rolled in 10 years ago, in which, at that point in time, mid-September as well, Alabama traveled well. Did not bring the band, from what I can recall. They might have. I have to go back and watch that game. But in the end, Alabama swept the two-game series, 2010 and 2011, against Penn State. Of course, won a national title, Saban's first in 2009 at Bama 2 years prior, and then that 11 and 12 season, of course, went back-to-back and won 3 and 4 years. But Alabama, they pick up a road win. They'll remain number one come tomorrow afternoon, defeating Florida. But tonight, Auburn in the Penn State whiteout will be decked in orange. They'll be in their spot in the upper deck, in the north end zone, off in the corner. Wouldn't be shocked if they're spread out, though, either, just like Alabama was a decade ago. But I do know for a fact with the Tiger Walk, Auburn did, in fact, bring their band. So we'll have to see if that plays into effect at all tonight for Auburn, causing havoc for Penn State in tonight's hostile environment. Normally, and I know it's not really that big of a deal, but normally away teams, when they visit Penn State, teams do travel well, especially in the Big Ten. And credit to Alabama and Auburn, both out of the SEC, from Sweet Home Alabama, traveling up north to face off against Penn State. But teams normally don't bring the bands, because then those seats are reserved, and you know, now those people won't have tickets tonight. But 100,000 plus for the first whiteout in almost 2 years, dating back to October of 2019 for Penn State and their 28-21 win over the Michigan Wolverines. That night, of course, last year, no fans in the stands. Friends and family of some players and coaches, of course, yes, but no whiteout last year, even though Ohio State did come to Happy Valley on Halloween before the Buckeyes defeated the blue and white. So we'll have kickoff here coming up. Okay, Georgia Tech at Clemson now on ESPN News. So coming up here, 7:30, a few minutes away, they'll switch it over to Auburn Penn State here in a matter of minutes here on ABC. So current score, if anybody is concerned or interested in that, Clemson leads Georgia Tech. The Tigers lead the Yellow Jackets 7-3, 5.5 to play in the third quarter, following, of course, the weather delay. But now 15 minutes away from kick. We go to Beaver Stadium. It's a top 25 Big Ten SEC showdown in the regular season. It's the 22nd ranked Auburn Tigers and the 10th ranked Penn State Lions as the Blue Band takes the field. We'll have Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit, along with Paulie Rowe on the call for ABC. They'll take a commercial break before they roll into some Saturday Night Football pregame with Kevin Nagandi and Booker McFarland before the Nissan Heisman House, and then kickoff between Auburn and Penn State. So, like I said, should be a very, very good game. Hoping for that at least. They've only met twice before in series history, and both were in bowl games. Mid-90s in the Outback Bowl, Penn State won that. After the 02 season, for January 1 of 03 in the Citrus Bowl. So in Tampa and Orlando, respectively, Auburn returned the favor almost a decade later and won by 4, 13-9. And now here we are in 2021 and next year in 2022, home and home with Penn State and Auburn. As Auburn's right here in Happy Valley tonight, Penn State will travel to the Plains next September as well. So it's, of course, a whiteout. Penn State little below 500 in these games dating back to 2004, of course, which was the first ever Penn State whiteout, just a student section, though, in a loss to Purdue. And then every year since, of course, last year in 2020, which doesn't count for anybody in the end anyways because of COVID. But, of course, no fans in the stands other than some friends and family of players and coaches, as mentioned a year ago, come next month on Halloween, and also just a second ago as well. But College Game Day was in town earlier, as Coach Corso did in fact pick the Penn State Nittany Lions as also former Penn State running back and special guest picker Saquon Barkley also picked the blue and white. Surprise, Desmond picked Penn State as well, but it's that Big Ten SEC competition. Pollock from Georgia, of course, as the Dogs get on the board with the field goal. He picked the SEC. He picked Auburn to, in fact, win tonight. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning, Auburn, Penn State. Chat questions and comments, always greatly appreciated. But it was Penn State across the board. Of course, Herbie didn't give a pick because he's on the call tonight. But we'll get more into, of course, Penn State's history with College Game Days and whiteouts. But now, our opening video package from right here in Happy Valley before kickoff momentarily in tonight's whiteout, as there is Nittanyville, of course, formerly known as Paternoville, the RV lots, Happy Valley, State College, University Park, absolutely packed this weekend. Game day was filled to capacity down at Old Main. 110,000 wearing nothing but white, and it's the Auburn Tigers with first-year head coach and Brian Harsin following his tenure at Boise State, leading the charge with number 10 at quarterback Bo Nix, whose father also played against Penn State in that Outback Bowl back in 1996, in which Penn State won. So maybe it's a Penn State needs to play a Auburn team led by a Nix at quarterback, We'll see if he'll be throwing any picks tonight by any means. Nice aerial shot of Beaver Stadium. Of course, you can see the ushers also wearing orange vests. Auburn's going to be spread out on their visiting side on the press box. But then they're also top corner and the whole way across the top of the north end zone in the upper deck. It is the annual Penn State whiteout, the first of potential 2 whiteouts this year, as Michigan also will roll in mid-November. This is the biggest non-conference home game for Penn State in a decade. When Alabama rolled in and defeated the Nittany Lions 10 years ago. Before that, you have to go back to 2007 with Notre Dame, when Charlie Weiss and Jimmy Clausen were running roughshod. Penn State won that game. Notre Dame defeated Purdue out of the Big Ten today as well. Coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores, along with taking a look around the rest of college football, so stay tuned for that. But before that, as first time in 10 years, this big of a non-conference game for Penn State here at home, right here in Happy Valley over at Beaver Stadium. Yes, of course, Ohio State, Michigan, you got your Iowas, Wisconsins, and Nebraskas as well in the Big Ten. But before that, you got to go back to 2002 and 2001, respectively, with Nebraska when they were still a member of the Big 12, and then also the Miami Hurricanes, who lost to Michigan State at home today as well. It's a big game for Penn State tonight. It is. We'll see if they can get a running game going by any means whatsoever. I feel like this game is going to be won up front in the trenches at the line of scrimmage as the Blue Band continues its pregame national anthem and the Penn State whiteout entrance still to come. But back to that 0-1 Miami game for a second as well. Adam Talaferro, year before that, of course, paralyzed, never played football again, never knew, was told he was never going to walk whatsoever again either, led the team on the field that night. He is Penn State's special guest honorary captain this evening for the Nittany Lions home whiteout contest against the Auburn Tigers out of the SEC. But as mentioned, I feel like this game honestly is going to be won up front. Penn State's, 5 deep at running back. We really haven't seen Lovett or Holmes yet this season. So it's going to be, 3-on-3 in each respective backfield for Auburn and Penn State respectively. But if Penn State, honestly, as Auburn is averaging 340 rushing yards in their 2 wins against Akron and Alabama State, as mentioned. If Penn State can stop the Tigers' running game and then figure out a running game of their own, I feel like Penn State's going to come out on top. Of course, you still got both front sevens stacked to the core as well. You got to be able to protect your quarterback, get after the opposing quarterback. We'll see how much of a factor, the whiteout will be for Bo Nix and Alabama. Of course, they're used to playing in large stadiums, but really has, other than Alabama and now Auburn out of the SEC, because the answer is already no, it's a contingent question, or a rhetorical question, contingent on scheduling, if you will, to add it all up and make sense at least, I guess, now that I said that, and sort of screwed up my thought process there for a second. But no, nonetheless, regardless here in the end, other than Bama out of the SEC and now Auburn, who else from that conference has played up here recently, and especially in a whiteout? Nobody. So, of course, you can hearsay this, hearsay that, Of course, Alabama was able to come up and win, but, Alabama's not Auburn. That's the Iron Bowl. I'm sure War Damn Eagle would have went nuts if Bama would have lost today at Florida, but they held on to win. Iron Bowl, of course, not until the end of the season in the SEC West, but it's the classic Big Ten SEC showdown now here in the regular season, that we normally get during the bowl season at the end of the year. a battle of, two of the best conferences in all of college football. And okay, now they're gonna show some highlights from earlier with Alabama and Florida, and a few of the other games that wrapped up throughout the afternoon as well. But a big game, a huge game for both teams. Honestly, both teams are 2-0. This could really set the course for the remaining games they have on their schedule. Because if whoever loses ends up losing, of course, but then they can't get back on their feet in the weeks to come, their season might go downhill after this. Only time's going to tell. Of course, that's why they play the games. We'll see what happens, but even with Penn State having a whiteout, they're sub 500 in these games. So, of course, if they'd win tonight, they'd break even right at 500. But only time's going to tell. Now they're going to have the entrance, as I can hear the music and the video package being played. And then some Queen to have James Franklin, who's in his 8th and potential final season with Penn State if he takes the USC job at the end of the year, leading the blue and white out of the tunnel. And Holly Rowe in the stand, just like Lisa Salters was in 2008 when Illinois rolled in. Penn State won that game. I mean, what more could you ask for in college football? This is, believe me, I've been in it. This is the best college football experience, atmosphere in all the land. I don't care what anybody says. And now, as Penn State is a 5-point home favorite, here comes James Franklin and the Penn State Nittany Lions, as we can all feel it coming in the air tonight. 110,000 plus. And now Zombie Nation to fire everyone up a little bit more. We are Penn State. And as they add a little lighting to the tunnel with some fog in the back, and now the fireworks, the Penn State Nittany Lions take the field, set to do battle with the Auburn Tigers. There's been more than 12 whiteouts. They've said all day Penn State is 6-6 in whiteouts. No, and this is where I'll get into previous whiteouts. You got to go back to 2004 when they first started. It was Purdue. They lost. Ohio State in 2005, Michigan in 2006. In 2007, they had 2. Along with in 2008 and 2009, they had 2 apiece. As in 2007, it was Notre Dame and Ohio State, followed by in 2008. It was Illinois and Michigan. 2009, Iowa, and then Ohio State. 2010, it was Michigan again. It's normally either Ohio State or Michigan out of the Big Ten. Okay, Iowa a few times. Surprisingly, no Wisconsin or Nebraska for that. Of course, Notre Dame and now Auburn, the only 2 non-conference teams to experience the whiteout in Penn State history. 2011, it was Alabama. That game was a 3:30 kick. Auburn's getting a night game right here in Happy Valley. So we'll see if that, makes any difference, 10 years apart or not. 2012, it was Ohio State again. 13 Michigan, 14 Ohio State. 15 Michigan, 16 it was Ohio State, and then Iowa. as well. 17 with Michigan, 18 with Ohio State, 19 with Michigan, and then also last year Ohio State, but no fans other than the friends and family of some of the players and coaches. Also mentioned earlier, game day was in town for the 10th overall time for a Penn State home game. You got to go back to 97 for the first time. Michigan, Arizona in 99, and then 2005 for Ohio State, 2007 for Ohio State, 2009 for Iowa, and then it was a 8-year hiatus, and now game day's been to Penn State 5 consecutive years from 2017 until tonight with Michigan, Ohio State, and Auburn this evening. So Penn State, even though they're saying they're 512 whiteouts at 6 wins and 6 losses, there's been a few more, and they're a little under 500 in these whiteout games. So, as Matt Hardy would say, the truth is the truth. So, kickoff momentarily. We just had Penn State and Auburn take the field. Brian Harsin, in his first year, leaving his alma mater of Boise State, headed to the Plains right before Christmas. Auburn's at 2-0, averaging 61 a game. Okay? However, they've beat Akron and Alabama State. So what's that saying? Not much. Their first game of the season, first true test is tonight. Penn State went to Camp Randall, defeated Wisconsin by 6 2 weeks ago. That game could have went either way. And then Penn State, of course, last week with a win over Ball State. They flash us back 20 years. This was right before 9/11. It was a year after, as mentioned, Adam Talaferro was paralyzed in a road loss at Ohio State during the 2000 season. That'll be 21 years to the day next week. He led Penn State onto the field in the 0-1 Miami game. He's tonight's special guest honorary captain as well. Nice to see Auburn participate in the whiteout in their road whites from literal head to toe with the helmets, the face mask, jerseys, pants, and shoes. So kickoff as Penn State is back deep to receive on ABC. Auburn, Penn State, top 25, Big Ten SEC showdown in the whiteout. Noah Kane, Devin Ford from the goal line. It'll be a touchback in the end zone. 1st and 10, blue and white from the 25-yard line, left to right across your television screen, radio and audio. Dial in once more. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football. Auburn at Penn State live this evening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, number 14. Noah Kane, starting tailback, number 21. We'll also have Jahan Dotson, Parker Washington, and Keandre Lambert-Smith with Bretton Strange and Theo Johnson, your receivers and tight ends respectively. Clifford trying to quiet the crowd under center. Going to fake the give. They run a reverse to Dotson, and he's going to be swarmed down in the backfield for a loss of 2. So 2nd and 12 for Penn State to begin the game. I don't know why you'd run a reverse on the first play of the game by any means. Mike Yurcich, new offensive coordinator for Penn State. Of course, former OC at Oklahoma State, Ohio State, and Texas, so no SEC ties to him. But Franklin, in his 3 years at Vanderbilt, 1-0 against Auburn, of course, before taking the Penn State job, and potentially now in his 8th and final season with the blue and white, if he does, in fact, accept the USC head football gig at the end of the season, as mentioned earlier. We'll get more into USC a little bit later on. Pass complete on the bubble far side. That's the 13, Keandre Lambert-Smith from Kip Sabian 757 country. And it'll be 3rd down. 3rd and about, I'd say 6. 3rd and 7 officially, they mark it. Ball from the 28. Clifford has all day to throw. Run. Get rid of it. All day to throw. He has a man, first down. Lambert Smith gets open, far side, right at the sticks. First down, Penn State, pickup of 8. So Clifford, 2 for 2 for a total of 13 yards, as Clifford now going to hand off 2 yards on the gain, right up the gut. That's Noah Kane, who is from SEC country, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Originally committed to Texas, decommitted, and now playing for Penn State. Was injured all of last season, but his freshman year in 2019 emerged as a starting running back. Empty set, 5 wide, slant over the middle, complete, first down, Penn State on a pickup of 9, complete to number 5, Jahan Dotson. As the whiteout is alive in full effect tonight. 20,000 plus just in the student section. Auburn did travel well. Handoff as Noah Kane gets about 5. So after that 2-yard loss on the first play of the game, Penn State's able to drive here. See if they can continue it and get some points to start off the night. Clifford looking to throw, going to go deep near side, and a little too much intended for Dotson. Incomplete at the 10. Third down with 12:36 to play in this opening quarter. Penn State in the gun. Trips in a bunch near side. A little bit of a high snap. Clifford gets rid of it as he gets drilled. Complete to Parker Washington. Going to be about a yard short of the line to gain. More like 2 with that spot. Be 4th and short. You punt. Ball's at 45. They're going to go for it, and it's going to depend on the spot. I don't think he got it. Especially with that spot, there's no way in hell he got it. He's short. He's a good yard short. And it's going to be a turnover on downs for Penn State on the opening drive, and it's going to be Auburn football. Now they're saying it's 4th down, when that was 4th down. So the referees need to get their act straight. He didn't get it. He did not get it. I don't get why you do that. I would have punted. I would have pinned them deep, especially with the student section to their back. Make them drive if they're going to score on you here early. Let them experience the whiteout. But no, you give them some good starting field position now, and it's a 1st and 10 for Auburn. But we'll see how big turnovers along with special teams are going to be tonight. No flags just yet, but you can add penalties to that as well. From the 44, Nix in the gun, going to hand off, and the first play of the game, Auburn with a big 20-yard run for being brought down by 16 Jair Brown and number 12 Brandon Smith. That is number 4 Tank Bigsby on the carry. First down and 10 Tigers. Like I said, Auburn's averaging 61 points a game. 340 on the ground. Penn State needs to stop the run and find a running game of their own to, in fact, win tonight. If they can't stop it and they can't get a running game going flat out, they're going to lose. Jesse Luketa on the stop, right at the line of scrimmage, no gain on the play. 2nd down and 10 for Auburn. I get, okay, Penn State wanting to go for it. You know, try to keep the drive alive. You know, try to get some rhythm and, you know, momentum build up. Get the crowd behind you. If you convert, you score, you have an early home lead. But at the same time, when you could have punted, pinned them deep, and then, you know, make them drive, but then when you give up a 20-yard run on the first play of the game for Auburn, like, what do you expect then? as they're in Penn State territory, slanting over the middle, incomplete, but then 2 flags come flying in late. They're going to get Joey Porter Jr. on a defensive pass interference, which that would have been a good no call if they went through the dirty laundry, but they throw the flag. It's either going to be a defensive hold or a DPI, and it's going to be an automatic first down for Auburn. Maybe a little bit of a hold from Porter. I guess that is a good call. I'm seeing a replay on that now. Okay, I can live with that. It's going to be a spot foul, automatic first down for Auburn. Okay, that penalty helped them there. It would have been incomplete 3rd down and 10, but at the same time, when Auburn is making it look easy, at least on the ground, and then stuffed and then incomplete. But a penalty, it's not helping Penn State any. So they might have jumped early as well. No flag, but then Nix goes down for a loss of a yard or so on the carry. So another tackle for loss in the backfield for this Penn State defense. As this crowd is, as expected, absolute scorching hot. See what Auburn draws up here on 2nd and 10. Brian Harsin, first-year head coach, following his tenure at Boise State. Mike Bobo, former Georgia OC, as Auburn goes deep, has a man a little too far in the end zone, incomplete. Would have been a touchdown if caught inbounds, as Penn State was beat. They got beat with some busted coverage. Brisker and whoever was on the far side at corner just got absolutely, completely beat, as the pass was, in fact, intended for number 0, Demetrius Robertson. But Mike Bobo, former Georgia OC, and then Colorado State head coach, now calling the plays. And then the man who took over for James Franklin at Vanderbilt when he left to come to Penn State, Derek Mason, following his firing at Vandy last year, because Vandy is an absolute dumpster fire, doormat of the SEC. They have not been the same since Franklin left. Derek Mason's the Auburn defense coordinator, and now here comes Auburn with a field goal, following completion for a few yards far side on the bubble screen, but stopped short of the line to gain. 4th down here, under 10 to play in this opening quarter, and Auburn with a 40-plus yard field goal from Carlson, and the kick's going to be up and good, as the Tigers take an early 3-0 road lead at Penn State in the whiteout this evening. As mentioned, nice to see Auburn take part in this year's whiteout, wearing all white in their road uniforms. The greatest show in sports as well. Auburn's mascot, their tiger, dressed as he is in fact in the Ringling Brothers Circus. So we'll see in this battle of cats who can keep their opponent caged a little bit longer to pick up the win here tonight. But see, that's what Penn State gets for going for, and then they give up a 20-yard run, defensive pass interference as well, and then now they trail 3-0. Hey, that still might have happened, but you never know if they would have punted and pinned them deep with their backs to the student section. And, okay, like I said, 1 penalty now, no turnovers, but a turnover run down. And, hopefully, just as always, the refs don't play a factor by any means, but consistency is always key, no doubt about it, especially for Penn State. But we'll see how much of all that, plays in tonight along with special teams. But Auburn looked good on their opening drive. They did. Before, of course, having it stall just there a little bit, but they still capitalized off of a turnover on downs and got on the board with an early 3-0 lead, especially on the road in tonight's whiteout. Quieting 110,000 plus inside of Beaver Stadium. So, if it keeps up and Penn State can't find anything or get anything going until late, like they did a couple weeks ago at Wisconsin, it might be a long game. But if it does come down to a say big play in the second half or whatever the case may be, if Penn State needs to do something, the crowd's going to, of course, be behind them. So you just got to let it play out and see what happens. I mean, that's really all you can do. They have to find a running game, though. Penn State, compared to Auburn's 340 average on the ground, Penn State's about 200 yards less at 145. So, and then even Auburn passing with, an average of 30 more points per game, they're right there with Penn State too. So they're more balanced than Penn State is. So we'll see if that plays in as a factor tonight by any means whatsoever or not. But, once again, that's why they play the game. So another nice aerial shot of Beaver Stadium. All fans, minus Auburn, unless they are wearing white as well, dressed in white. But Auburn did travel well along with the bringing of their band. Squib kick. And Penn State on the return. Jair Brown from the 5 gets out to, I'd say, around the 20-yard line there. So, 1st and 10, Penn State. From there, once again, they have to find a running game. Consistency, of course, trying to be as balanced as possible. Don't do anything stupid. Don't turn the ball over. No stupid penalties. They had a good drive going there. They did. I mean, both offenses did, but then Penn State decided to go for it on 4th down, and they didn't convert. Auburn capitalized off that, drove and put up 3. So, I mean, it's still even, and it's still early. 9:33 to play in this opening quarter. Clifford out of the gun. Going to get taken down in the backfield from their 2-yard loss, as Auburn's defense is coming alive here early on, sending Clifford into Monday morning. Trips near side, ball at the 19 after the loss. Quick completion, then bobbled and dropped by number 3, Parker Washington. So now 3rd and long. And here we go again with Penn State on offense, not able to keep the ball longer than a minute at a time. And if this is going to keep up on offense, the defense, and then the fans with the whiteout tonight, going to have to keep this offense in the game until they get their head out of their ass and decide to play football tonight. Plain and simple. But that's just Penn State football for you. I mean, what the hell do you expect? 3rd and 11 from the 19. Washington in motion. Clifford looking his way, and then going to step up and avoids a sack, and then tucks it and run. Nice stiff arm, but going to be about 5 yards short of a 1st down, 4th down, and just as Penn State should have done on their opening drive, they now will punt on 4th down and medium, and Auburn's going to get the football back. Good coverage by Auburn, good defense by the Tigers so far. I mean, nobody's open downfield. They're getting pressure on this Penn State offensive line and getting to Clifford, and Penn State can't run the football to begin with, so here we go. Clifford's going to have to do it all, and it's going to cost them late. I can already see it. So 4th and 5 from the 25. And Stout on to punt, almost gets it blocked. Good punt, though, as a flip ends. And then that's a block in the back. Where's the penalty flag? No. And then Auburn, there's a late flag for maybe a late hit. But Robertson on the return out past the 40. But this penalty flag going to bring it back, it looks like. These are, in fact, SEC officials on the field, so Big Ten up in the booth. Anything that'll be replayed or reviewed. So we'll see what the penalty flag is, but Auburn's going to have a 1st and 10 here regardless, up 3-0. Personal foul. Illegal blindside block on the return. And it'll be an automatic 1st down for Auburn. Yeah, it was on. That's a good call. Just cheap shot to Jonathan Sutherland. As number 0 was trying to tackle number 0, but because of the penalty, of course, Robertson ran out of bounds, but with the penalty, it's going to back him up 15. So, commercial break, 1st and 10, Auburn, when we return with a 3-0 lead on the road at Penn State, following a turnover and downs, and then with Auburn's defense playing stout already here tonight, early on, forcing Penn State to a punt, which Penn State should have done their opening drive as well to pin them deep. Still might be tied 0 apiece. I don't know, though. So, of course, that 3 here early on. See if it plays in the final score, get in the game or not, by any means. But, like I said, for both teams tonight, in my eyes, everybody has their opinion. Let me know in the comments below yours and your winner tonight with Auburn and Penn State. And once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. But consistency, of course, with Penn State running the football. Have to get the running game going. Have to be able to stop Auburn's as well. They can't do either. I believe they'll end up losing, which is a little unfortunate, especially in this top 25 Big Ten SEC showdown in tonight's whiteout. But hey, once again, that's why they play the games. If the front sevens can get after the opposing quarterbacks, with Auburn doing a little bit of a better job in that category right now. I mean, still early though. Both teams only had the ball once or twice. Auburn getting it back for the 2nd time tonight, so we'll be tied up at 2 in that category here, coming back from this break. But you got to be able to protect your quarterback. You got to be the opposing quarterback. Auburn's done a little bit better job, I thought, so far, getting after Clifford rather than Penn State getting after Nix. But hey, looks like a lot of football to be played. It's a whiteout, hostile environment. Crowd's going to get into it even more, especially with the game's on the line. We'll see if it's factored by any means or not. But, and once again, we can predict this all we want, but what they do on the field in this 60 minutes of football tonight is how the game's going to turn out for both teams. Penn State, at least, you got to find a running game, please, and thank you on offense. Because if not, you're going to be screwed. It all starts up front. You have to go to block to run, block to open up play action. And then, of course, explosive plays every once in a while as well. A few flashbacks to the previous 2 meetings with Penn State and Auburn from the Outback and Citrus Bowls over the past 25 years. But the first meeting in almost 20 years, following the 02 season, January 1 of 03, in which they're split at 1 win apiece. And now here we are tonight with the first of the home and home that will conclude next season, before Penn State also adds West Virginia back to the schedule in another renewed rivalry, going back to, of course, with big non-conference home games for Penn State. Of course, 4-game home and home with Pitt over the past few years, but other than that, and going back to Alabama, and now Auburn tonight, not a whole lot going for Penn State in that category. Scheduling a lot of teams, of course, out of the MAC and a few other conferences, but Auburn on a toss. Bigsby going to be brought down after a pickup of a yard. 54, Derek Tangelo, the transfer from Duke, on the stop. 3rd down, following an incompletion on the 1st down play as well. So, Penn State, of course, as mentioned, first few weeks here, first 2 games, on both sides of football, more so though on defense, adding a few transfers in. However, at every position, offense, defense, and special teams, Penn State, with the way James Franklin has recruited, and Penn State currently has the #1 class for 2022 right now as well. Ebikadi gets to Nix, and it's going to be caught at the 40-yard line. What a catch, as Brisker was the one on the stop. Complete to Robertson once again. Number 0, Demetrius Robertson. Number 6, Javarius Johnson. Number 11, Cedric Jackson. And number 3, Tarvish Dawson Jr. with Kobe Hudson, Zavarian Capers, and Malcolm Johnson Jr., your Auburn receivers this evening. 1st and 10, bubble screen complete. However, Brisker right there on the stop for a loss of 2. 2nd and long for the War Damn Eagle Auburn Tigers, as it was a good block there by number 47, starting tight end John Samuel Shanker. They also have number 86, Luke Deal, number 85, Tyler Fromm, who is the younger brother to former Georgia Bulldog quarterback, and Jake Fromm, who both have connections to the central Pennsylvania area, with Warner Robins, Georgia, playing in the Little League World Series. Fall start, 2nd and long, backing up Auburn for 5. 6 minutes and 8 seconds to play in this opening quarter. As I'm surprised it almost took 10 minutes for a fall start, but like I said too, Auburn's used to playing in atmospheres like this, but the whiteout, I don't know about that. Of course, they play Alabama, A&M, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, and the SEC. Excuse me if I forgot anybody by any means, but now we have a 2nd and long following the fall start. Nix got up holding his right shoulder after that hit he took from Ebikadi before the pass was complete for the 1st down, and now going deep near side to the moon and back, and it's going to fall in complete. Good coverage there for number 5, Drew Castro Fields, incomplete. 3rd down and 15 for Auburn. So now, here on the flip side, Penn State's starting to get to them, and they're starting to play a little bit better on the back end. With, like I said, though, too, Penn State depth-wise, 2, 3, 4 deep at every position the way Franklin has recruited. From the 34, Nix out of the gun. Going to step up. That's a hold. Where's the damn penalty flag? And then Nix going to pump fake, but run out of bounds because he was already past the line of scrimmage. 4th down, and Auburn now going to punt for the first time this evening. So, all right. First 2 drives, 1 punt apiece on these back-to-back drives by both offenses. And then it was a turnover on downs, which, could have, probably should have ended in at least a few points for Penn State. But Auburn made the stop, and then on the end of that, capitalized and put up 3. So, pretty even. Auburn just with a 3-0 lead here. 5 minutes to play in the opening quarters. Penn State's about to bring the house, it looks like. As Dawson's back deep to receive. Fair catch number 4 at the 15. Back to the 11 on the catch. It'll be 1st and 10, Penn State from there. Following our next commercial break. Trailing by 3 at home against Auburn. The 22nd ranked Tigers out of the SEC. 3-0 as Penn State will get the ball back. 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line when we return. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. Following Ohio State's win along with Duke's win, as well as Ohio State defeated Tulsa and Duke defeated Northwestern, we have Virginia at North Carolina. Still have Georgia Tech, Clemson, with Memphis defeating Mississippi State, and then Tulane, Ole Miss about to kick off as well. And then South Carolina at Georgia with the whiteout. Number 1, of course, here tonight among the games with Auburn and Penn State. So, as always, coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores with the Tigers and the Lions. It's a battle of cats in the whiteout. First meeting since 2003. First regular season meeting ever between these two teams, as they've met twice in bowl games before. 1-1 all time against one another. And then Penn State, of course, going to return the favor, traveling to Jordan-Hare next September. But, of course, we'll get to 2022 when we get to 2022. But here tonight, under 5 to play now, 4:57 to be exact in this opening quarter. Auburn leads Penn State on the road 3-0. So we'll get back to it here in a matter of minutes right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. So, once again, Penn State on offense, especially the new offensive coordinator, Mike Yursich. Penn State averaging 30 a game, of course, 44 last week, following 16-10 win week 1 against Wisconsin. And Auburn on the flip side hasn't played anybody, Akron and Alabama State, so no wonder they're averaging and shutting out their opponents or winning by 50 plus in their first 2 games. So, I mean, really, non-conference wise, the best game of the weekend, of course, college game day in town, Top 25 showdown. You don't get Big Ten, SEC, non-conference regular season games that often. If so, at least for Penn State, it's once every 10 years. So maybe another 10 years from now, and then go back to 20, when Alabama would have rolled in at that point in time. Now, 10 years ago, but 10 years from now, 20 at that point in time. And then Miami, 20 years from now, you go back to that with that home and home and Nebraska, and then all the conference realignment once again, and expanding conferences and this alliance that the ACC, Big Ten, and the Pac-12 have. Where hell that's supposed to mean? Who knows what college football is going to look like, next year, 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. So take this in and enjoy it while we can. Yeah, they are checking out Bo Nix's right shoulder. He did take a shot on that completed pass. The backup quarterback for Auburn is, in fact, number 1, TJ Finley. I mean, I would like to see, say, Penn State would schedule, somebody out of the SEC another 10 years from now, because that's what it's been. Or if they'd want to go to another conference or with the alliance and all that, schedule, I don't know, say Clemson, another Tiger squad, or Florida, or Texas, or A&M, or hell, who the hell knows? But in the meantime, we'll get there when we get there. Just some fumble on the play. Auburn looks to have it. Noah Kane already coughing it up. Penn State does recover. So it'll be second down. That was, number 24, Tevon Lee on the give, as he picked up 12 on the first play, first down. And on that last play, just had it jarred loose. It would have been a fumble because he was not down, but luckily they recovered. And it'll be second down for Penn State. He's going to come out now. And now Penn State's running an empty set 5 wide. Clifford out of the gun from the 27. Pass complete to Keandre Lambert-Smith, once again getting him involved here early tonight with 3 catches in this first quarter. Another first down for the blue and white. And good blocking. From the 36. New set of downs here for Penn State, 1st and 10. Now we got a whistle, and we're going to have a timeout by James Franklin and the blue and white offense. So we'll take our first Penn State or Auburn timeout here right now here this evening, and we'll get a studio update. This is the conclusion to Georgia Tech Clemson. Clemson going to pick up the win. Not by much. They still got a few minutes to play, but they're going to beat Georgia Tech. It's currently 14-3. So a few of these top teams here early in the season. And that's really why the preseason polls don't mean jack shit. Some lackluster performances. Ohio State held on. Almost lost to Tulsa. But defeated the Hurricanes by a few scores. And now I believe John Lovett is in the ballgame, switching his number from 23 to number 10, in at running back to the left of Clifford. And yes, that is John Lovett, the transfer from Baylor. And then Penn State finally uses the tight end this season. Clifford over the middle, complete to 86, Bretton Strange for a big Penn State first down in Auburn territory at the 41. Clifford pass complete. Theo Johnson up the seam. The other tight end brought down inside the 5 of the 1 yard line. First and goal, Nittany Lions. Finally, they go to the damn tight ends. Thank you. Maybe they were just waiting for tonight to get them involved a little bit more. Keep, of course, the Auburn defense tonight on their heels. Keep them guessing on when they're going to go to him, because they really haven't gone to him at all this season. It's Strange and Johnson. Theo caught a late touchdown last week against Ball State, and then you also have true freshman and Khalil Dinkins from Pittsburgh, from North Allegheny, on the Penn State offense at the tight end position as well. Clifford, Penn State, first and goal from the 4. Wide open, touchdown Penn State, back corner near side of the end zone, complete to number 5, Jahan Dotson for 6. As Dotson, along with Parker Washington, do their celebration, and now Penn State takes their first lead of the night, pending an extra point to make it 7-3. Touchdown for the Nitwits. 5 State, strike. And Jordan Stout, here we go again, once again, pulling double duty, kicking and punting. Extra point up and good. Penn State now with a 7-3 lead. Falling 3 back-to-back pass completions downfield. Starting to open up this offense a little bit this year. And then Clifford keeping the play alive. First and goal from the 4. Dotson found his way behind a defender, got wide open, back corner near side in the end zone, and Clifford found him for 6. Touchdown Penn State. Extra point also up and good, as mentioned. 7-3 now. Your score. Let's go, PSU. Stout on to kickoff. Be another touchback. 1st and 10, Auburn from the 25. Coming out of the south end zone. So yeah, okay. Gonna have to switch up my notes with a number change. John Lovett, the transfer running back from Baylor, now wearing number 10 for Penn State on offense, not 23. First we're seeing him this season. Did not play in the first 2 games against Wisconsin or Ball State, but now, other than Keziah Holmes, who played a little bit last year, Penn State's 4 deep at running back with Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, along with Devin Ford, who's normally back deep to receive some kicks, and now John Lovett wearing number 10. I wonder why he switched from 23 to 10, but Parker Washington also switched from 18 to 3 right at the start of last year as well, so I mean, not really that big of a deal. I was just wondering who the hell that was, and then we do find out. Number 10 is John Lovett now, so hopefully we'll see if we'll be liking it and loving it a little bit more if they can get him back in the ball game and have him find pay dirt tonight. Missed tackle by Brandon Smith on a screen near side for Auburn. Pick of a 12. Complete to number 27, Jarquez Hunter, the second running back behind number 4, Tank Bigsby on this Auburn offense. So it's the running game. It's the play action. It's rely on your defense to make a stop. Special teams as well to factor in. And when that's all said and done, may the best team win. From the 35, new set of downs, 1st and 10 for Auburn. Out of the I, handoff. And a fumble. Auburn going to get about 4 yards on the play. Paulie Rowe with a report talking about the whiteout noise. This avalanche of sound, if you will. And believe me, when I say the Penn State whiteout is the best atmosphere in all college football, believe me, it is the best atmosphere in all college football. When the stadium's shaking, it's shaking like it's never shook before, all night long tonight. And when the students break bleachers that have to be replaced after whiteout games, yeah, that's how noisy it gets. That's how loud Beaver Stadium is. 3rd down. It's like this any home game, but even more jam-packed and louder during a whiteout. Auburn, I believe, going to let the clock expire to close out the first quarter. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, they don't snap it. End of the first quarter. Penn State leads 7-3. They'll switch ends. Auburn won in the play clocker. Said they wanted to get the snap off, but it's the end of the first quarter. So now, okay, they get it set. Communication's key, of course, with players and the officials on the field. But end of the 1. We'll get to the end of 2 here. Coming up at halftime, of course, first half stats and scores. Then, but at the end of the first opening quarter tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I can count. 4 quarters. Plus overtime if you need it. Penn State leads 7-3. Got South Carolina at Georgia. As they also hit a commercial break. We'll turn on at 9 o'clock on FS1 as well. So got some time. Brian Harson's old squad from the Blue Turf in Boise, Idaho. The Broncos going to be taking on Mike Gundy. I'm a man, I'm 40 in Oklahoma State. But right now it's Virginia and North Carolina in the ACC. See how good Virginia actually is. And then Clemson's going to pick up the win over Georgia Tech before we get to Tulane and Ole Miss. And then also at halftime with first half stats and scores, take a look around what happened today in college football. So stick around, stay tuned, and once more, thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of the 2021 whiteout with Auburn and Penn State from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium.
On the blue and white, get a sideline seat for the plays and players that will make the difference on game day.
Fridays at 12:30 on ABC 23, centered on you.
Place Alexander Hyundai Mazda is
all about. Great selection, great prices, and great service. We have new Hyundais in stock and on the way. We have new Mazdas in stock and on the way. You can put your name on a car before it even arrives. We have over 200 pre-owned on location and over 2,000 available in all. We not only have them, they're priced to sell. Check us out online at blazealexanderhyundai.com or blazealexandermazda.com. Blaze Alexander Hyundai Mazda, 1703 West College Avenue in State College. Tell them Johnny sent you.
Coming up today on ABC 23 News Center, people in Cambria County walk for the purpose today while they want to spread the message that mental health is just as real as physical health.
Harper's, the best in men's and women's fashion, downtown State College.
I just want this wedding to be perfect. If you aren't willing to risk little things going wrong, you'll never get the chance to have the big things go right.
Doctor, Monday, September 27th on ABC.
To begin quarter two, crowd still alive. It'll be a third down for Auburn as the Stars are out. Both in the sky and in the stadium. Slant over the middle, complete. First down, Auburn, complete once again to number 47, John Samuel Shanker. Auburn's always had that one tight end or H-back that just can do it all. Line up a fullback if you need him to. Get a good block for you to open up a hole, but Shanker on the completion there. Big first down pickup for Auburn. A little bit of a toss, but a loss back to midfield for about a 2nd and 14 now to come. As Nix in the gun at quarterback was tossed to Demetrius Robertson, number 0, who seems to be Auburn's go-to number 1 target. But then also, as Penn State at least opened up the playbook there on offense last time they had it, going to tight end, Auburn doing the same as well. So it's still balanced, still pretty even in this top 25 showdown. Almost picked off, and then they're going to say incomplete, out of bounds, as it was bobbled a little bit, as intended for number 11, Shedrick Jackson. And yeah, that's probably a good call. He did bobble out the whole way. Couldn't keep his feet in bounds in the meantime either, so yeah, that's incomplete. That's a good call on an incomplete. And it was almost picked off by Castro Fields, number 5, who that would have been signs of reliving history with Richard Gardner down the sideline against Nebraska and back in 02. Trips top of your screen from midfield, 3rd and long for Auburn. And now as Auburn makes a nice catch down inside the 15 at the 10, complete to number 5, Kobe Hudson. Yeah, Fields would have had daylight in front of him. Get a pick 6 off of Bo Nix, and then on this next play, following the incomplete pass, nice back shoulder, Daquan Hardy out of Penn Hills on the coverage, and then some good yak yards for Auburn and Kobe Hudson to get Auburn down inside 15, officially marked down at the 13-yard line. Now, no gain on the next play by Tank Bigsby. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Auburn Tigers as they look at Brian Harsin, the new head man, down in the plains, leaving his alma mater in Boise State. Thought, last year potentially if Franklin would have got fired after Penn State's 0-5 start if they couldn't rebound. Of course, now have won 6 in a row to finish 4-5, now 2-0 this year. Bigsby on the give, going to be short of the line to gain, 3rd and short, the 3.5-yard line. Or if, say, Franklin would leave, this is all at the end of last year, not right now with, of course, USC rumors once again. Franklin's turned down Texas A&M. He's turned down Miami. He's turned down USC already. Will he turn down USC again? I don't know. Going to be a little hard. We'll get more into that discussion a little bit later on. 3rd and short. Bigsby on the give. He gets in the end zone. Touchdown Auburn. As Auburn retakes the lead, 9-7, pending the extra point by Carlson. So now, potential back and forth battle with both of these offenses. So what defense will bend but don't break? And a simple draw right up the gut. Good blocking, and Bigsby for number 4, put 6 on the board for a touchdown and make it 7 here with the extra point with 12:28 to play in this first half as Auburn retakes the lead on the road in tonight's whiteout at Penn State. Kick up in good, make it 10-7 officially. Auburn 10-7 at Penn State. 12 and some change, 12 and a half to play in the second quarter. They'll take another commercial break, but once again here, the way Auburn looked there on that drive, they're giving Penn State a run for their money, no doubt about it. No wonder they're averaging 61 now a game. If they can continue to do this tonight and all season long, especially in the SEC West, just like Penn State or Michigan's going to give Ohio State a run for their money in the Big Ten East, Auburn might give Alabama and Texas A&M a run for their money down south, among a few other teams. I mean, how Arkansas defeated Texas last Saturday night, win over Georgia Southern today as well. So, the Hogs might be doing something, putting some good football back together and getting back to the way it used to be for them. Same thing for Michigan State. They went down to the South Beach of Miami, Florida today and defeated the Hurricanes pretty handily. But once again, we'll get more into everything going on in college football coming up at half. So stick around, stay tuned. But, I don't know what to say, because just hoping it's not going to be like this the whole entire game. I mean, you would think eventually both these teams are going to settle in and settle down. I mean, they sort of did, but now they're getting hot again. But if it's going to, take a back and forth game to have somebody come out on top and win, so be it. I mean, that's why they play the games. Each game's going to be different, no doubt about it. But still, in the end, hoping for a good game, so like I said, I want to be shocked if either team has a blowout on their hands coming, but once again, it's still early. It is. It's still not even close to halftime. There's still a lot of football left. Before that, a lot can happen. Penn State only 2 timeouts compared to Auburn's 3 because of a little miscommunication on a previous play there, but I believe that was on the last drive, so they ended up scoring, so sort of a good timeout. But at the same time, you shouldn't be having to do that all the time if it turns into that, which hopefully it doesn't, but you just never know. So see how this all plays out, and until there's 0-0s on the clock and this game's final, we're going to be playing until later on tonight, no doubt about it. But just as Auburn with a rushing touchdown there, as there's the give me a break, Jesus Christ, get the hell out of town Big Ten Commissioner Kevin Warren in attendance up at his suite. He's in attendance tonight for this Auburn Penn State showdown. And a kickoff. Penn State back deep to receive. They'll field it from the 4-yard line. And out to the 21 goes number 28, Devin Built Ford Tough from Stafford, Virginia. It's about 15 on the return. Be a 1st and 10, Penn State from there. Now trailing once again by 3, but it's 10-7 rather than the 3-0 early lead Auburn had, but they still trail. So see what they can do on offense here. Still got to get a running game going. Especially like I said, with the 4 or 5 running backs that they have. With Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, Devin Ford. Good to see John Lovett playing tonight as well. And then it's Keziah Holmes. Hand off to Kane. That goes for 9. 2nd and short for the blue and white. So really, if it is going to continue to be back and forth on offense, what defense is going to bend but doesn't break? Clifford going to hand off again. Penn State going, hurry up here a little bit. First down run, Noah Kane. Went for 5. Just try to keep it as simple as possible, of course. Yes, no doubt about it. But now empty set 5 wide with 4 at the top. From right to left. 11:45 to play. Clifford pump fakes. Going to go deep down the far side. And a little miscommunication between Clifford and whoever the hell he was thrown to. Parker Washington, it looks like, number 3. As nobody was at the 25. And it fell incomplete. And I still don't think he would have came down with it if he would have kept running. Clifford let him a little bit too much there on that. So incomplete. There's Dexter Loomis behind Mike Yursich on the sideline. Now we got, how the hell is that intentional grounding? Tell me how the hell is that intentional grounding? He threw it 50 yards downfield. That is not intentional grounding. Intentional grounding is you don't reach back to the line of scrimmage on the pass. That is not intentional. That's a horrible call. That's pathetic. Or as Charles Barkley would say, that's terrible by the refs. Just terrible. Complete to Dawson. They get back some yardage, but still a 50-yard pass. How the hell is that intentional grounding? And now it's 4th down. They're going to punt. Or 3rd down, excuse me. 3rd and long. Or is it 4th down? Please tell me what it is, because the punt unit's on the field. It must be 4th down. They have the graphic wrong. It's 4th down. So with intentional grounding, of course, okay, this drive's just all been screwy. These refs need to get their head out of their ass and get this game on track. It's 4th down. I'd go back to see what it was. Of course, lost a down on that, but come on. Like I said earlier, just please don't let these refs roll this game. Because if so, one of these teams is going to get screwed. Big booming punt by Penn State, going to be down inside the 10 at the 8.5. So that's where Auburn will begin their next drive. And this is going to be their worst starting field position of the night so far. See? What would have happened if you would have punted on your opening drive and not gone for it? Well, you'd probably be leading 7-3 or tied up at 7-7 because they did score on their last drive, of course, with that rushing touchdown. But, you pin them deep, you make them drive on you, especially with them being on the road, hostile environment in the whiteout. And if they beat you that way, they beat you that way. So be it. You need to fix your defense at that point. And Penn State's defense, as James Franklin said earlier today on College Game Day, is a championship-level defense, holding down the fort, and they are. From front to back, back to front, front 7 with the backers in the middle. It's one of the best, or one of the better Penn State defenses the blue and white have had in quite a while. But credit to the recruiting aspect, with a ton of recruits in attendance tonight, even with the James Franklin rumors to USC, which we'll get more into a little bit later on, because that news broke right before Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw live watch along reactions this past Monday. We were going to get to it. Of course, more news or more speculation with potential candidates, more talk about all that came out on Tuesday, of course, but we didn't get to it Monday night because of how good the ending to Monday Night Raw was, and then, of course, Monday Night Football with the Ravens and Raiders going to overtime before, of course, the Vegas Raiders, silver and black, picked up the win before they head to Pittsburgh tomorrow to take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, live tomorrow from the Steel City, live watch long reactions, live right here on YouTube at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and then a doubleheader with some double duty tomorrow night with Sunday Night Football as well, the Chiefs and Ravens, and on Monday night, once again with Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw, all live right here on YouTube for live watch along reactions. So be sure to hit that red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it as well. That's the easiest way to stay up to date is in fact on social media. Links in the description below. So like, follow, and subscribe. And once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. A little confusion, of course, there on that last drive by the officials for Penn State. But yeah, I still don't get how that is intentional grounding when he threw the ball 50 yards downfield. When intentional grounding, the penalty is when you don't get the ball back past the line of scrimmage. He threw it way past the line of scrimmage, but they still threw the flag for someone under it. I get there wasn't a receiver there, but at the same time, it was a little miscommunication with the quarterback and the receiver, and the receiver just ran the wrong route. That's still not intentional grounding, so they shouldn't have thrown the penalty flag, but they did. And then, of course, you know, Penn State had to punt there again. Now here we see some flashback highlights of previous whiteouts with the blue and white taking on every opponent they've played in respective whiteouts. But see what Auburn does here on offense now, especially their rushing attack compared to Penn State's, because even with a 3-point lead now, if they can settle in, especially right before halftime, drive, score again, and then also get the ball to begin the second half, it might be even a longer night for Penn State here tonight. Bo Nix pass complete for 25, out past the 30 to 47 once again. The starting tight end, John Samuel Shanker, we'll call him JSS if needed. But Nix isn't looking half bad. He's not. And balance on offense, Auburn's able to run this football unlike Penn State, and both defenses standing tall right now. So Auburn with a 3-point lead, handoff, and Auburn with a 7-yard rush there by number 27, Jaquez Hunter, who last week had a $150 and a touchdown on the ground. But with Auburn's two opponents in Akron and Alabama State, yeah, no wonder they're averaging 61 a game. See what they do tonight, along with Penn State averaging the 30 they are. As both teams are 2-0, top 25 Big Ten SEC showdown on Saturday Night Football. Pass complete near side to number 11 Jackson again, who had that bobble for an incomplete pass a little bit ago on a previous Auburn drive, but catches that one. First down, Tigers, before being brought down by number 23 Curtis Jacobs by the Penn State defense. Under 10 to play here in this first half. First and 10, Auburn from the 43. So they've gone 40 yards in a minute. Nix under center. Fake the give, fake the end around on the reverse, and then dumps it off to number 0, Robertson, as he'll pick up a yard or so on that reception. Smith on the stop. Second down for the Auburn offense. Penn State shifts on the D-line. Another handoff. Yard on the run. Got some pushing and shoving. Referees coming to break it up. But now a third down for Auburn. From the 45. Nix getting pressured. He gets rid of it. Has a man incomplete deep downfield. Fourth down and Auburn on to punt. Keep that play in mind a little bit later on. If Penn State would have had a strong safety deep, that ball would have been picked off at center field. Good defense by Penn State there on that drive. But of course, just keep your head in the game and don't let any smack talk get to you by any means. Just in the game, High School Musical, and as Penn State almost blocks the punt, Auburn gets up and away. Fair catch at the 10, back at the 9, 1st and 10 Lions from there. And hard hat on. Keep your head up and just keep going to work. Plain and simple. Continue to play good defense. I mean, this game, similar to how Penn State played 2 weeks ago at Wisconsin. Two good opponents, of course, for the Nittany Lions, not Ball State. Even though they won the MAC last year. And, you know, same time, especially with the backups in last week for Penn State, stopped Penn State on offense a few occasions. But unlike last week, and the week 1 win, and tonight Penn State not starting fast. Fast start helps, but you know, similar to the Wisconsin game 2 weeks ago for Penn State tonight at home against Auburn in the whiteout. Slow start as always. I mean, what's new for Penn State football? And then you know, defense holds it down until the offense gets something going, and then whether or not they're, you know, up in the second half, hold on to the lead, or if they need to come back and win, then okay, so be it. But you know, we'll see what happens. But games finishing up with a few games also about to also hit halftime. So on par for these Saturday night games in college football. Also have a 12:30 a.m. kick island time with Hawaii later on tonight. And then, of course, the NFL for week 2 tomorrow, following week 2 beginning on Thursday night with New York and Washington. So, Saturday Night Football, ABC, primetime in the whiteout. Back from break here, 1st and 10, Penn State, following an Auburn punt, trailing by 3, 10-7. But yeah, Penn State has to find a running game here. They do. Find something on offense. I mean, of course, you're not going to want to continue to every play go back to the tight ends now, because it finally did work out for it, because you actually went to him for the first time all season. But we'll see what else they have up their sleeve, you know, offensive playbook wise, and just consistency. Short, simple plays, move the sticks, continue to move the ball downfield. If you have to settle for a field goal, okay, so be it. It's a 10-7 game right now. But at the same time, you don't want to settle. You want to try to punch it in and you know, put up 6. So 2nd and 15. They go back to Penn State's last drive. They said 3rd down on 2nd down. So they messed up. So Penn State only had a 3-play drive with the punt. So they punted on 3rd down, actually, because the refs fucked up. That's pathetic. They should have at least looked at that, especially with the penalty on intentional grounding. But hey, it's in the rear view. Just move on. Really worried about it, not unless they end up losing. But Noah Kane on the run. 5 yards for him. Yeah, so I don't even know what to think about that. Clifford gonna dump it off, complete to Dawson, and it'll be 3rd and a yard. So now it is 3rd down. So, yeah, lay into these officials. Let the Zebras hear it because they completely messed up on that last drive and gave Penn State only a 3-play drive and forcing them to punt on 3rd down and saying it was 4th down when it wasn't. Because it was only 3rd down. And now they're going to look at it to see if they're going to give him a 1st down here when I don't even know how the hell they're going to look at this and say it's a 1st down because he's a yard short. So you can't make up for the bad call you made on the last drive. He's a yard short. It's 3rd and 1 Penn State. There's no need to look at this right now. Hell, you want to give us a 1st down right now? Okay, so be it. But then you're going to piss off Brian Harsin and Auburn, and more power to them. That's, you know, it's completely unnecessary now. It honestly is. I don't know what the hell they're doing. These refs out of the SEC on the field are so far complete trash in this first half. But they're thinking it over. They better do that at least. And then they better be telling us something good, but they're not. It's going to, you know, stand as called. It's going to be 3rd and a yard. Nothing's going to change. All they're trying to do right now is trying to make up for their fuckery from the last drive. And they are going to take 20 minutes to review this when they didn't review the last one when they should have. And now there's no need to review this, but they are. It's nonsense. Complete, absolute nonsense. Now, like I said, you want to give us a 1st down, so be it. Or no, the rolling on the field is a 1st down when he's a yard short, so it's going to get overturned. It'll be 3rd and 1. It's like, Jesus Christ, like, after review, what's your rolling? He's short of the line to gain. He was short of the line to gain to begin with. So now you're just, I don't even know what to say. You're just confusing everybody is all you're doing. So it is 3rd and short. 3rd and 1. Just keep the sticks moving. 7.5 to play in this first half. At least get some points before halftime, tie it up, retake the lead. Don't do anything stupid. I mean, you can take a deep shot here, but just hand it off or sneak it or go back to your tight end or do something. Just not stupid. Hand off, Noah Kane. Surprised they're not going to throw a hold on that. But Kane picks up the 1st down. All right, so they do run the football. First and 10. Yeah, run the football. And then just when they're expecting another run, that's when you beat them deep. Keep the defense on their heels. Open up the play action a little bit. Open up the whole entire playbook. Fake the give. Clifford going to step up. Has a man, and nice catch by Dawson to 45. Had to go up 10 flight of stairs to get it, but came down with it for a 1st down. Just simple crosser over the middle. And then if he would have waited an extra second with another pump fake, deep corner near side bit, he would have had a tight end, I believe, Theo Johnson, wide open downfield. Clifford going to hand off. Kane going to dance his way for 3, maybe 4 yards. 2nd down, Penn State. We got halftime with South Carolina and Georgia. Clemson just defeated Georgia Tech. Currently in a weather delay with Tulane and Ole Miss, just as Clemson and Georgia Tech were. That's why that game just finished up. And then also Virginia and North Carolina back and forth here before halftime. But in the whiteout, Penn State trails by 3, 10-7 at home against Auburn. 5. Penn State going to run a wide receiver pass. Dawson complete to the 30. And that goes to 44. Tyler Warren, the third string tight end. So now they're running some trickery. That's a legal play. It was behind the line of scrimmage on the pass, and then Dawson aired it out a little too high, but Warren also came down with it. So now 1st and 10 Penn State from the 30. Empty set 5 wide. And Lambert Smith in motion near side for trips and bunch with the play clock now under 10. As we near 5 minutes to play in the first half. And Clifford just a little too much intent for Dawson. Incomplete, second down. Yeah, that was a good play call. I get you want to try to run a play like that, but it felt rushed to me. And they did luck out of course, the reception and the first down, but then the incomplete pass there. So, I mean, it's still pretty even. Clifford over the middle, caught by Dawson again. He's going to have 10, 15 catches by the end of the night. Done. Keeps up. But, yeah, stat-wise, it's pretty even. Score-wise as well. Auburn leads by 3 because of that field goal, because Penn State decided to go for it on their opening drive, and they capitalized. But passing yards for Clifford and Nix, and then Auburn does lead in rushing, but now Penn State here, 3rd down and about 3 from the 23. Clifford, slant complete to Parker Washington. 10 yards for him inside the 15. First down, Penn State knocking on the door with 4:22 to play. Two running backs to the left and right of Clifford. Up to the line of scrimmage he goes. Okay. See what they're on here. Now we got a whistle. Timeout Auburn. Make sure they're set and ready to go. 3:53 to play in this first half. Both teams now 2 timeouts remaining. Penn State knocking on the door, about to hopefully punch it in or at least tie it up at 10 apiece. They'll have a 1st and 10 inside the red zone when we return. It is 10-7. Auburn at Penn State.
Okay, so turn left. Take this right. Now pull into that parking space. Now put the car in park. Great, thanks so much. It's my lunch break.
Turned out great.
Yeah, and with the money we saved with Navy Federal Credit Union, it was practically free.
Yeah, I can't imagine where we'd be without them.
As I said a little bit ago, hopefully Penn State here, especially before halftime, can continue this drive, which they have. ran trick play with a wide receiver pass, which I was not expecting. I don't think anybody in the stadium was, or anybody watching at home either. And then they sort of luck out on it too. But at the same time, hey, drive still alive. Timeout Auburn. Penn State's got a 1st and 10. If they can tie it up, okay. If you have to settle for field goal, so be it. Like 6, retake the lead, of course. Take this game into the second half and go from there. Auburn's going to get the football to begin the second half, yeah, because they kicked off to begin the game, but at the same time, when once again both teams are on paper coming in, even with Auburn putting a few more points so far this season, but with how almost first 30 minutes of this game have gone, both teams are pretty even. They are. There's an aerial shot with the Goodyear blimp of Beaver Stadium and the whiteout. 1st and 10, Penn State inside the red zone. Going from south to north, just like Auburn did on their way up. Under center's Clifford. Dumps it off to Dawson, who is in motion. And then 5 yards to him to the 7. It'll be 2nd down. Now at the same time, if you can work this clock a little bit, you end up scoring, take a 4-point lead, and then give Auburn the ball back with 2 timeouts and a little bit of time remaining. Well, maybe you can get another stop or, force them to not do anything. And then you lead at halftime, and then, okay, we get in the 3rd and 4th quarters. So 2nd and 4 officially from the 7. They need a 3. Talborn in motion again, out wide, back to the line of scrimmage now. Tight end, handoff, Kane. 2 yards for him to the 5. 3rd and short. 3rd and 2. Just smash mouth football now. Run down your throat. Auburn bringing some subs in. As Penn State's right there. All starts up front, line of scrimmage. Whoever can control that and run the football is going to win. Kane gets the 1st down. Spun, brought down the half-yard line. 1st and goal. Drive continues. Clock also continues to roll with 2:22 to play. See if Auburn tries to stop it by any means or not. Penn State's right there now at the inch line. Out of the eye. Clifford with a sneak maybe? Nope. Going to hand off, and then a loss of a yard or so in the backfield. Auburn was all ready for it. 2nd and goal. Now just don't do anything stupid. Honestly, don't. Minute 45, 2nd and goal. They could really wind this clock to 0 if they wanted to. Unless, of course, Auburn calls some of their 2 timeouts left. But now from the 1.5, 2nd and goal. Clifford going to fake it, roll out, touchdown, Penn State. Breton Stranger Things in the end zone for 6. Nice play action pass to the tight end, wide open on the flat. Walks in for another Penn State touchdown. And the Nittany Lions retake a 13-10 lead at home with a minute and change. 1-2-3 to play in this first half, actually. And they made it look as easy as 1-2-3 on that. And now Jordan Stout's extra point. Just barely up and good. So, SC, which is normally referred to Santa Claus, Sean Clifford, bringing the blue and white a few gifts tonight in this whiteout. All the snow that's not in Beaver Stadium right now because it's still September in central Pennsylvania. But Penn State with some celebration. Yeah. ABC 1, 2, 3. Make it 4. That's a 4-point lead now for Penn State. And once again, good to see Penn State getting these tight ends involved tonight. Kept saying please and thank you the past 2 weeks. Sort of got it towards the tail end of last week's win over Ball State. Even more tonight as both touchdown drives. Of course, this second just ended with a passing touchdown to a tight end. They used and went to the tight ends a lot on each respective drive. Now our Aflac trivia question, what do we got? Who was the last Penn State quarterback? The last time the Nittany Lions defeated an SEC team, it would have been Darrell Clark when they beat LSU in the Capital One Bowl. It would have been Darrell Clark, Bear, for the link. I'll accept my $1 million with one of the links in the description below if you'd like to support the channel. From the 25, 1st and 10 for Auburn. Big hit by Joey Porter Jr. as it was complete to 47 JSS, John Samuel Shanker. No, I do not have to look at my notes that time. But, of course, Auburn, an unknown opponent for Penn State, almost picked off, and then it is, oh, come on, Brandon Smith, you got to catch that. Had it like 10 times before he dropped it. Jeez, he would have walked into the end zone, too. A minute on the dot to play. 3rd down, Auburn. Jumped the route, had it, eyes still on it, kept bobbling it. Should have stopped and caught the damn ball and then ran. He was too worried about running in the end zone for a pick 6 on Bo Nix. Man, that was close. How about now on 3rd down, get a big stop and get the ball back with 2 timeouts and under a minute to play. Nix going to pump fake. Receiver falls down, it's dropped, incomplete, no penalty flag, so Auburn going to have to punt. Penn State going to get the football back with 55 seconds to play in this first half and 2 timeouts. So we'll see if they can get a drive going and put a few more points on the board before halftime now. When they, oh man, that should have been a pick. Mark Calloway, the Undertaker's now in attendance. Going to drag Auburn to the depths of hell with Penn State, hopefully, going to score here again before halftime. At least that's what I think they're hoping. I'm hoping. All Nittany Nation's hoping for. Fair catch from the 21. 1st and 10, Penn State from there. Man, it's Darrell Clark. Answer to the Aflac trivia question is Darrell Clark. It was after the 09 season, January 1 of 2010. They beat LSU in the Capital One Bowl. It was the Citrus Bowl. And which the last time Penn State and Auburn played was also in the Citrus Bowl down in Orlando. Yeah, it was Darrell Clark. I told you. No, that was the year before, Herbie. That was 08. That was 08. That was when they went to the Rose Bowl again. And then 09 was when you came in for a college game day when Iowa rolled in, as Penn State looked for revenge that year, and they still lost. And then they beat LSU in the bowl game that year. That's, yeah, that. So I'll digress with my knowledge of Penn State football history, proving these announcers completely wrong. But, no. 1st and 10, Clifford on a quarterback keeper, picks up a big first down run, also gets out of bounds. Clock stops, 39 seconds to play. Penn State still has 2 timeouts and the 4-point 14-10 lead, looking to add more before halftime. Following a quick 3-and-out by Auburn and almost an interception on the Penn State defense a drive ago. 1st and 10, Clifford looking to throw, complete to Washington. 13 yards for him for number 3. First down, Penn State. Maybe a timeout here with 32 seconds, or get up there and just hurry up here. Go, 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 go. On the right side of the 50 now. Wasting a little too much time. Clifford going to go deep down the middle, and it's going to be picked off at the 4-yard line. And yeah, why don't you take a timeout, slow it down a little bit rather than run the hurry up and waste 20 seconds. Okay, Auburn's getting the ball back, 2 timeouts. 16 seconds, they probably won't do anything. They got the length of the field to go. Probably just take a knee, I bet. Clifford got drilled when he got rid of it. It's a little slow to get up. But I don't know what he was thinking there. I don't. They should have took a timeout. And then, because hell, they were almost in field goal range. They could have got back those 3 points that they did not get on their opening drive because they went for it. And now they actually do turn the ball over rather than turn it on downs. They're throwing an interception. So 1st and 10, Auburn. And we're going to go to halftime in tonight's whiteout with Penn State leading by 4, 14-10, as Auburn takes a knee heading into half, trailing by 4 on the road in this Big Ten SEC Top 25 showdown in the whiteout. Pretty even game. It's going to come down in the 4th quarter. Unless one of these two teams does a whole hell of a lot, which I don't really see happening in this 3rd quarter coming up. It'll be slow and steady. We'll have a low-scoring ball game here. Now interview with Holly Rowe with head coach James Franklin of Penn State. And yeah, they honestly right now could have a few more points, but they throw an interception. Yeah. Franklin's pissed off about the officials with that. That was a perfect reaction to that. Just stare down Holly Rowe for asking the question. Just don't even say anything. And then he says thank you because she knows, and then he walks off, and now we're at the half. But he's referring back to when the refs threw that penalty on intentional grounding when it was 50 yards downfield. Shouldn't have been intentional grounding. And then instead of 3rd down, they said it was 4th down and made Penn State punt. Okay, I don't believe Auburn did anything on the tail end of that anyway. Penn State got the football back, but still. Like, how bad can the officiating get? Like, that is absolutely pathetic. And that should have never happened. Shouldn't have happened. Of course, they can say, oh, yeah, we made a mistake and, we're sorry, but there's nothing you can do to make up for it. It happened. It's in the past, and that's why I said you just move on from it. Both teams have. Penn State's now got a 14-10 lead here at the half. So we'll see how this second half turns out. We will. Still got 30 minutes of football left. But I feel like, of course, Penn State still has to find a rushing game. Whether it be Noah Kane, who's really been the go-to back tonight. We really haven't seen a whole lot of Kevon Lee. He did fumble on a play earlier after he picked up a first down run, but then he hasn't been back in since. Really no Devin Ford other than on kickoff returns. And then, yeah, we have seen John Lovett now wearing number 10, not 23. So John Lovett transferred from Baylor, playing a little bit tonight in the return game and on offense as well. But other than that, it's Noah Kane as the number 1 running back this evening. But they still have to get a running game going. Happy they have the tight ends involved for the first time all season tonight as well. We'll see what gives, moving forward with Penn State on offense. Of course, something We'll have to eventually. What will, though, I don't know. Of course, we'll just have the game play out, and whatever the hell happens, happens. Hopefully, the officiating will get a little bit better. I mean, they really haven't done a whole lot, since fucking up, when they did, early second quarter, I believe it was. So, with all that being said, I mean, yeah, Penn State's given up not as many big rushing plays, if you will, as they have the past 2 games tonight against Auburn. But then, on the flip side, as the defense continues to hold it down until the offense gets back into it, they're starting to come alive on offense. They are. And of course, they ran that trick play, that wide receiver pass. Jahan Dawson completed Tyler Warren, the third string tight end, number 44. So they're getting all 3 of them involved. And Auburn on defense, the Penn State offense, keeping them on their heels, keeping them guessing. And, really, right now, that's really all you can ask for. It really honestly is. I mean, see some highlights now across, of course, all these games that I'm currently watching. And as it's, a little past 9 o'clock here, we're going to turn on, as we hit halftime with Virginia and North Carolina, as I speak, yeah, we will turn on now Boise State, Brian Harson's old school, as he took the Auburn job, leaving his alma mater. Back to that for a second as well. Thought, at the end of last year that, because I did name drop him as a potential candidate for Penn State, at the end of last year, Franklin were to get fired or leave. Now, and we'll get more into USC as the night rolls on too, that, Franklin, potential candidate out in Southern California right now as well. But no, out on the blue turf, it is Oklahoma State and Boise State as Virginia and North Carolina hit halftime. So the few games that we're going to have on with, I believe, Tulane and Ole Miss still in a weather delay. So a few games here tonight or today and into tonight in a few weather delays, which is unfortunate. Of course, Penn State a few years ago at Michigan State, Sparty, big one over to you today. 3.5-hour rain delay up in East Lansing, the Spartan Stadium. Go green, go white, ended up picking up a game-winning field goal back in 2017 over Penn State, if I can recall correctly. But, yeah, now it'll be Oklahoma State, Boise State, which they were supposed to play last year. It was home and home, but, of course, because of COVID, game was postponed, canceled. We'll see if they extend it with, scheduling. But Boise State, 3-0 at home, leading Oklahoma State. So Broncos lead the Cowboys, not in the NFL, but in college football. Yeah, still weather delay, it looks like, with Tulane and Ole Miss on ESPN2, and then South Carolina and Georgia's begin the second half. Dogs with a touchdown, and we are at the half with Auburn and Penn State, with the Lions leading by 4, 14-10. So thank you for tuning in and watching, listening, however you are. If you have, your device down but you're still listening, thank you. However you're listening, watching, live or here on YouTube, wherever you're from, let me know in the comments. Thank you. But yes, once more, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football, Saturday night football, prime time, right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium in the whiteout, with Auburn and Penn State as Nittany Lions once again lead by 4, 14-10 at the half. First half stats and scores from first half and from around college football coming up shortly. Stay tuned, but be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, hashtag Auburn, hashtag Penn State as well. Check questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. At the half, as Penn State leads Auburn 14-10, Bo Nix is 11-17 for 99 passing yards. Sean Clifford, because of Penn State starting to air it out there a little bit more towards the end of the second half, or the second quarter at the end of the first half, there. He is now 16 of 20 for $168. 2 passing touchdowns, one to Jahan Dawson, of course, and then the other to Brenton Strange on that nice play-action rollout from 2 yards out. And then, of course, the interception at the end of the first half there as well that Auburn did not capitalize on. But they did capitalize with a field goal and a turnover on downs from earlier. So the interception doesn't hurt because they just take a knee into halftime. So yes, Auburn passing. Bo Nix is 11 of 17 for 99 yards. Sean Clifford, as Jahan Dawson, is also 1 for 1 with 22 passing yards. That was complete to Tyler Warren, who has a catch for 22 yards. Clifford, 16 of 20 for 168 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Auburn and Penn State on the ground. Tank Bigsby has 8 carries for 41 rushing yards and a touchdown. Hunter, 3 for 13. Nix, 3 of 7. Penn State on the flip side, Noah Kane, 10 rushes for 37 yards. So, I mean, other than the Bigsby touchdown, pretty even on the ground now that I look at it. I mean, Clifford, yeah, he does have a few more rushing yards than Bo Nix does on the ground, as Nix is 3 of 7. Clifford's 5 of 19. But then even the backup running backs, Hunter's 3 of 13, and then Lee's 2 of 15 on the ground. So as a team, Penn State leads by a few carries and about 10 yards rushing here in this first half. And then receiving-wise, John Samuel Shanker, 3 catches for 39 yards. Kobe Hudson, 1 for 36. Demarius Robertson, 4 catches for 14 yards. Whereas Penn State, they've gone to the tight ends a lot tonight. Thank you for that. As Theo Johnson has a catch for 37 yards. Brenton Strange has 2 catches for 25 yards and a touchdown. And then Tyler Warren, that a wide receiver pass, has that catch for 22 yards as well. Somebody they've sort of gone away from that made a few catches early, this for Penn State, is Keandre Lambert-Smith. He has 3 catches for 22 yards as well, so look to see if they get him more involved in this second half game plan or not. But also Penn State receiving, as Dotson leads the way, 7 catches for 58 yards receiving and a touchdown. Johnson's 1 for 37. Parker Washington also has 3 catches for 26 yards as well. And then 2 for 25 for Strange, 1 for 22 for Warren, and then 3 for 22 for Lambert-Smith. Penn State's got a few more first downs right now. They're both either 4 for 8 or 4 for 6. They have 4 third down conversions apiece, Auburn and Penn State respectively. Of course, Penn State went for it on their opening drive on 4th down, did not convert. Turnover and down, Auburn capitalized, ended up kicking a field goal. But Penn State leads total yardage by about 100, and also about by 100 in passing. So that's where it's at, with the rushing pretty even. Penn State leads as they're tied in penalties and tied in yards per rush. They have a few more rushing attempts, but Penn State total yardage 259 to 158, and then it's passing 190 to 99 and 69 to 59 on the ground. And then the interception, which really isn't a loss because it just ended the first half anyway. Time of possession split 15:09 to 14:51. So this game, with a 14-10 4-point Penn State lead at the half, is basically as even as you can possibly get it, which is a little bit surprising. I mean, you would think one of the two teams would, be out ahead just by a tad, but no, this game's as even as it can possibly get in my eyes. Let me know in the comments below so far what you think of the first half in the comments below. And once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. But we'll see what the second half has in store for us. I mean, like I said earlier at the start of the game, close, but wouldn't be surprised if, in fact, one of these two teams does, in fact, get blown out. Whether that be Penn State blowing out Auburn or Penn State blowing out, whether it be Auburn blowing out Penn State or Penn State blowing out Auburn. Yeah, that's right. Make sure I said that right. But no, here, 4-point, 14-10 lead at the half. It seems to me this game is going to come down to the fourth quarter, and really, back to square one, back to the basics, the fundamentals, if you will, all starting up front, knowing how to block, protecting your quarterback, getting after the opposing quarterback, All starts up front, the offense and defensive line, respectively. You got to be able to block, to run, block to open up the play action, and then also on defense, get after the opponent's offensive line, get after whether it's Bo Nix or Sean Clifford tonight for Auburn Penn State, respectively. We'll see how it all plays out. But I said earlier as well, this game's going to be won up front in the trenches at the line of scrimmage. And so far, right now, it is to an extent. We'll see how much more, of course, it plays out to being like that. Of course, Penn State will an explosive play on a trickery, on a wide receiver pass. The officials need to get their head out of their ass, no doubt about it. That's all I'll say about that right now. As I, said my piece to an extent on that so far, but to an extent, this game is as advertised. Even with Auburn averaging 60 plus a game, but they haven't played anybody. They haven't. Big Ten commercial from Nebraska, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana, along with Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Rutgers, and Maryland, all 14 teams in the conference. If I missed anybody, let me know down below. I don't believe so, but however, I might have. But typical Big Ten commercial from the Midwest to the East Coast and vice versa. Still like the commercial. Don't like that they changed up the theme song for it this year. Like the way it was. But I get, they've been running the same one for a few years. Time to change it up, especially with being back to normal here for the most part in 2021. Hopefully everyone's doing well and staying safe. But Penn State's defense holding down the fort. Penn State's offense starting to come alive a little bit. We'll see if the crowd continues to, and I know they will. So another rhetorical, not contingent, like I said earlier. I don't know what I was thinking there, but another rhetorical question, if you will. This crowd, especially with the whiteout, going to be key. Auburn on offense, though, they've done a pretty damn good job play calling wise. Keeping it as simple as they possibly can as well to try to, stay in this game. I mean, they got out to an early 3-0 lead, down by 4, 7-3, retake it at 10-7, and now they trail by 4, 14 to the half. So, both offenses playing well, both defenses playing well as well. We'll see if special teams, along with a turnover, comes into play by any means whatsoever or not in the second half with 30 minutes of football if we played or not. But it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a barn burner to the end, I believe. Honestly, may the best team come out on top and pick up the win to start off 3-0. If Penn State wins, they'll continue to move higher inside the top 10, especially with a few upsets today. And then Auburn with a loss, they drop out of the top 25, I would think. Now, if Penn State does, in fact, lose Auburn, it's going to be right on the fence with everything that's happened today, how far Penn State falls and how far Auburn jumps. But both teams playing the two best conferences in all college football. They're both going to be in it at the end of the season. Will not meet in a bowl game just because, of course, they're playing today. However, they will meet next September down in Auburn, Alabama, on the Plains at Jordan-Hare Stadium, as Penn State will return the favor next year in this home and home. But we'll see what gives in this second half. I mean, there's really not much else you can ask for right now. There really isn't with the way both of these teams played in this first half. If I'm Auburn, I'm sitting right where I want to be sitting at right now. I have Penn State right where I want them. I'm only down by 4. Lead could be a little bit worse for them, but it could be a little bit more for them as well if they didn't almost throw that pick and then having to punt real quick, and then Penn State ends up throwing a punt before halftime anyway, so a little bit of a back and forth game there, and then they take a knee, of course, going to halftime. And, like I said, too, it did seem like it was going to turn into a back and forth game there, late first, early second quarter, once both offenses got moving. But then, like I thought, and it sort of has to an extent. We'll see if it keeps up or not, but it's going to be a low-scoring affair until the end. Who's going to make a play on defense, force turnover, Special teams playing a factor or not, we'll see. But it's slowed down. These teams have settled down. Gameplay paced out a little bit, and both teams are going out and playing their game with their game plan that they had in store for tonight's whiteout. With for the most part, consistency's there. I mean, it is, but it's not, especially in the running game for Penn State. Once again, if they can get that going. Now, they do lead in that category, like I said, stat-wise, but still at the same point in time, doesn't seem like it by any means, but they are. Look at it on paper, but we'll see how much longer that lasts for, because Penn State's been, of course, in the first two games to give up some rushing to Wisconsin and Ball State, and then Auburn averaging 60 plus and 340 on the ground. Yeah, might be in for a long night, but both defenses playing well. So, who's going to make a play? Who's going to step the hell up and put their name out there if it already isn't, and help their team pick up a win tonight. So, honestly, that's all I have to say right now. I'll leave it at that. I mean, of course, if I think of anything else, I'll add it in when I see fit. But we'll get on with the second half here momentarily. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to recap what's happened so far this week in college football. So, of course, week 3, technically week 4 for a few teams that played week 0, began on Thursday night with Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns defeating the Ohio Bobcats by a final score of 49-14. Also last night, 2 good games in the, whether you want to say AAC/ACC or UCF now in the Big 12, with a Big 12 ACC matchup there with UCF and Louisville. However you want to put it, good non-conference game with the Central Florida Golden Knights with Gus Malzahn at the helm, who would be coaching Auburn tonight if he wasn't fired at the end of last year, which I'm still a little surprised they fired him, as Auburn just back in January 2014, right as James Franklin took the Penn State job, Auburn was in the national championship, losing to Florida State, and Florida State really hasn't been the same since, at least after Jimbo Fisher left for Texas A&M. A&M with a win today as well. Florida State fell to 0-3 for the first time since 1976. That was Bobby Bowden's first season, of course. Florida State coming off the passing of him. They arguably could be undefeated at 2-0 coming in tonight, but they got beat today at Wake Forest 35-14. So Florida State would have at least one loss at 2-1, but they're 0-3 now. But then also last night, Maryland defeated Illinois on a game-winning field goal from Champaign, 20-17. And then I'll leave it at that for now because we're about to begin the second half with Penn State kicking off. Touchback, 1st and 10 Auburn from the 25-yard line here as we begin the third quarter in the second half. Penn State leading 14-10. We'll get into the rest of the action that's happened today in college football coming up during our next commercial break with final stats and scores from all the other games that have been played today and are currently ongoing, as a dog is running onto the field at Boise State, I believe, receiving the tee from the kickoff, if I'm not mistaken. Auburn wants some tempo. They want to commit to the running game, as Penn State should as well. I mean, this could be a quick second half. This could be a... What's this penalty flag on? So it's a 5-yard on Penn State. What was the penalty for? Making too much noise? How's that a penalty? These SEC officials don't know what the hell they're doing. No wonder Alabama's winning every single game and winning the SEC every single year, and then going to the college football playoff. Fumble on the first play of the second half. Penn State recovers, and that's what you get for getting a 5-yard penalty for absolutely nothing. As Auburn is going to be in now for a long second half following that. If Penn State scores here, crowds into it, especially if they score here quick. They run a trick play, fake the give, end around. They're going to run a wide receiver pass, the same play Penn State did a little bit ago, but the receiver then coughs it up, fumbles, and Penn State's right there to recover it. And now they're setting up shop 1st and 10 inside their own 25-yard line. Or inside Auburn's 25-yard line, excuse me. As I was just to say, this might be a quick second half, or this second half might drag out, and we might have a game on our hands. But now Auburn, they cough it up. It's 1st and 10 Penn State from the 20-yard line. 8 seconds in on the very first play of the second half. Clifford going to hand off. Noah Kane. 21 going to lose 2 in the backfield, as it'll bring up 2nd and 12 again. Hey, that's like the 3rd or 4th time Penn State's lost 2 yards on the first play of each respective drive tonight, so that's nothing new. But yeah, that's what those officials give Auburn for giving them a free 5 yards. They cough it up. Karma's a bitch last I checked. And Auburn coughs it up with a fumble. And Penn State, as they're, okay, 1 apiece in turnover category. Interception didn't really count, but the turnover on downs, though, with a field goal. We'll see if Penn State can capitalize with 6 or some points here and extend their lead here early second half. Slaying over the middle, complete the 5-yard line. 1st and goal, Nittany Lions. 14-5, Jahan Dawson, 1st down, Penn State. As that pass, I believe, from number 14 went for 14 yards to the 5-yard line to number 5 as well on top of all that. So 1st and goal, Penn State at the 5. Hey, it all adds up and makes sense again, no doubt about it. But 2 backs, left and right of Clifford, going to give to one of the 2 of them. That is number 21, Noah Kane, as Ford was the other. Brought down after a pickup of 3, 2nd and goal. And this crowd's still hot, even with Penn State on offense. You would thought that they calm down a little bit, give Penn State their room. Let them RELAX, like Aaron Rodgers likes to say. Auburn rushing some defenders on now. Clifford lined out, top of your screen. Penn State going to run some wildcat, and the 3rd string tight end, Tyler Warren, direct snap to him, and he jumps over the line of scrimmage into the end zone for a Penn State touchdown. Touchdown, Penn State. Another 2-yard touchdown, but hey, it's 6 points in the end. It's another touchdown. They extend their lead. They capitalize off the fumble here early second half. 20-10 now, pending the extra point by Jordan Stout. 5 State. 5 State. We'll hit that line of luck to score. Fight on to victory. Fight on. Penn State. They're about to finish that fight song here after this extra point, whether it's up or good. Up and good, or not, I should say. It is Penn State 21-10 now. 13:06 to play, 3rd quarter, as we just begin the second half. And Auburn's second half, Auburn's night going to get a little longer, it seems like, as they now trail by 11 on the road in the whiteout. This crowd just can continue to get hotter and hotter and hotter as this game goes on. Auburn trying to do a little bit too much now, it seems like. I don't know why they'd, of course, other than try to get some rhythm and momentum build up, to quiet the crowd here in the second half. I don't get why they'd, want to be doing that right there. But at the same time, you don't expect to be coughing up for a fumble. Maybe an interception on that play because it's a wide receiver pass, but not a fumble by any means. But the fumble is what it was. And then, of course, Penn State capitalizes, and a few plays later, they put 6, make it 7 on the board to extend their lead to 11 now. 21-10. So we'll see if the final score holds up for anyone with a 5-point cover. But the game's not over until it's over, as Penn State is a 5-point favorite this evening in this top 25. 10 versus 22. Penn State out of the Big Ten. Auburn out of the SEC showdown on Saturday Night Football in the whiteout. Once more, thank you for tuning in and watching me live. Watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. Back to college football from today. we have, or had, excuse me, following those few games the past few nights. At noon earlier this afternoon, we had a Texas A&M 34-0 win over New Mexico. Coastal Carolina also went to upstate Western New York in Buffalo. The Chanticleers defeated the Bulls by 28-25. Michigan won by 53, 63-10 at home in the Big House in Ann Arbor, defeating Northern Illinois. Kentucky 28-23 as well over Chattanooga, down in Chattahoochee for that one, on the bluegrass of Kentucky. And so the Wildcats over the whatever the hell Chattanooga's mascot is. We'll just call them the Chattanooga Allen Jacksons for the hell of it. But I mean, Kentucky with a 5-point win at home over an SEC squad with a Penn State transfer at quarterback and Will Levis. I mean, that's not really not shocking or surprising that they only won by 5. I mean, a little bit more of a disappointment that they won by 5 because even with Kentucky still with Stoops at head coach and the Wildcats defeated Penn State in the Citrus Bowl a few years ago. Penn State's lost 5 straight to the SEC. You got to go back to when they beat LSU in the Capital One Bowl, the Citrus Bowl, after the 09 season, January 1 of 10, because they've lost Alabama twice. They've lost to, who was it? Georgia also in a bowl game, along with Kentucky. And then I'm drawing a blank on the 5th and final. Let me see if I can backtrack. It would have been in a bowl game because, well, yeah, it would have been Kentucky, right? I'll have to look this up now that I bring it up. Because that would have been 4. Maybe they were saying 5 would have been tonight if they would have lost. We'll look up Penn State. Because, of course, in 12 and 13 for the bowl games, they did not go because of the sanctions. Did not go last year as well because of 4 and 5 in the shortened season. First down, Auburn, and 11-yard run. First down, Tigers. But, I mean, Penn State's won a few bowl games as of late, though, as well. Of course, winning the Cotton and Fiesta. Yeah, so they beat LSU. Oh, they lost to Florida. That's right. Florida was the other team in the Outback Bowl a year later. So it would have been, okay, 5 is right then. Yeah. Last time Penn State beat an SEC school would have been 11 years ago. Technically 12 with the season of 2009 and 2021. But it was January 1 of 2010 when that game was played in Orlando in a mud bath between Penn State and LSU. Bo Nix on second down, pass complete, and another first down for Auburn. As they're starting to, get back in rhythm, back in sync, move the sticks, keep this drive alive, don't turn it over, but they trailed by 11. Yeah, it would have been Penn State defeating LSU, and they lost, Florida, Alabama twice, which makes 3, and then, they lost to Georgia and Jacksonville, and lost to, which would have been Gator Bowl, and then they also lost to Kentucky and Orlando in Citrus Bowl a few years later. So, that all adds up and makes sense. And then we'll continue on with what's happened in college football here today as well. And before I forget, Chattanooga football losing at Kentucky by 5, 28-23. Their nickname, they are the Mawks. So, whatever the hell the Mawk or a Mawk is, if anybody doesn't know, it's down south and you know, or you like Chattanooga or root for them, or just know for the hell of it, let me know. Not John Moxley and not a croc that you can wear on your foot, or the opposite of a gator in Florida, a crocodile, whatever the hell a Chattanooga Mock is, I have no idea, but they lose to Kentucky, 28-23. Third down, Auburn, 3rd and 2. Nix rolls out near side, pass complete. First down, Tigers, Jair Brown on the stop. Also today, we'll get back into this here next commercial break a little bit more as well. Missouri defeated Southeast Missouri State 59-28. Tennessee 56-0 at home over Tennessee Tech. Syracuse with a win over Albany. So some in-state rivalries with some smaller schools playing these big Power Fives this weekend in non-conference action. Handoff, Tank, Bigsby, Brandon Smith on a stop after a pickup at 9, 2nd and 1 for Auburn. But, I mean, like I said earlier, what a day for college football once again here. But what do you expect? This is every Saturday from late August, early September until all the bowl games get over, late December, early mid-January with the college football playoff now and the college football playoff national championship. 2nd and 1, under 10 to play here in this third quarter. Nick's going to hand off. Nice big hit by Luketa on the tackle. But as Bigsby drags Musfer and 40 Luketa from the Great White North of Canada, he picks up the first down in the process of doing so. First down, Auburn. Bigsby once again on the carry, and Porter Jr. and Brisker 1 and 9, 9 and 1, actually vice versa respectively on the stop. Nice big hit by Joey Porter Jr., the son of Joey Porter, the great Steeler linebacker, and then Brisker comes in to wrap him up to officially take him down. And now Auburn's got a second down and about 6. Ball inside the 30 at the 27. Arguably Auburn's, other than their touchdown drive from earlier, second best, if not their best drive of the night so far. Slant complete over the middle. And it was checked down to number 27 once again. Jarquez Hunter, who is the backup running back to number 4, Tank Bigsby. So at least both teams tonight here are back and forth running back by committee. Short of the line to gain though, 3rd and 1, and then a first down run for War Eagle. Tarburton, 46 with a missed tackle. And then Jaquan Brisker wants to get number 1, making the stop. Another handoff. 3, maybe 4 yards on the ground, but that's it. Nothing more. Second down, but yeah, this Auburn drive, able to move the football here. Arguably their best, if not their best, since they scored. Trying to cut the lead in half again. Bigsby on the give, and another 4 or 5 yards for him. Those chunk yardage plays. Just move the sticks. Keep it as simple as you possibly can, and eventually, as Auburn's looking to punch it in here, just do that until, of course, and even with them going into the south end zone now, where the student section's at, just keep doing what you're doing. You have Penn State right where you want them at right now. You do. 6:26 play in the third. Handoff, Bigsby with a nice stiff arm. Porter brings him down to the 6. And it'll be 1st and goal for Auburn. Auburn's going to score here. They are. Unless Penn State can force a turnover or get a stop and then force a field goal. But still a lot of football to be played. Out of the eye, maybe a false start. No penalty flag. Handoff, touchdown, Auburn. Bigsby hits pay dirt for a second time tonight. So Penn State has 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing with that direct snap to the tight end, Tyler Warren, on the last drive. That's Penn State's 3 touchdowns, Auburn with a field goal, and now 2 rushing touchdowns from Tank Bigsby to cut it to 5, 21-16, pending the extra point. As Auburn's band plays their fight song as they also made the trip tonight. 21-16, 5:52 to play in this third quarter. Extra point up and good, 21-17 now. So once again, back to a 4-point lead for Penn State. As it was 14-10 at the half. Both teams score in the second half, middle of the third quarter now, and we're back to 4 with a Penn State 21-17 lead. But also, as mentioned, back to college football from earlier today. In some early action, Boston College also defeated Temple 28-3. Army 52-21 over UConn. Minnesota went to Boulder, Colorado and defeated the Buffs. Actually shut them out. And won as Goldie the Gopher defeated Ralphie and the Buffs 30-0. Kansas State 38-17 over Nevada. Purdue, as mentioned, went to South Bend, Indiana. Drum and all in the parking lot. Lost by 2 scores, 27-13 to the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, as Brian Kelly ties Knute Rockne all-time in wins in Notre Dame football history. Western Michigan also defeated Pitt 44-41. Penn State fans, along with the rest of college football, can continue to laugh all they want. But yeah, in the end, Western Michigan defeated Pitt 44-41 because, why is that? Oh yeah, that's right, Pitt. Yeah, you still eat shit. Also today in college football, we had Cincinnati travel to Indiana, defeated the Hoosiers 38-24. Cincinnati will now play at Notre Dame in 2 weeks, as that'll be should be, depending of course on the rankings, a top 10, at least top 15 showdown. As Cincinnati next week, following their win today at Indiana once again, 38-24, they are off. They play at Notre Dame in 2 weeks' time. Notre Dame, in the meantime, they, next week, play Wisconsin from Soldier Field in Chicago. So that should be a good game. Not a trap game by any means for Fighting Irish. I mean, they honestly should have lost to Florida State. They should have lost to Toledo. They beat Purdue today, so they shouldn't be 3-0. Should be 1-2, actually. Wisconsin, they lost to Penn State week 1, of course. Also defeated Eastern Michigan last week. But then they are off. The Badgers are this week as well, before the neutral site matchup between the Fighting Irish and the Badgers next week, which should be a good one. And then in 2 weeks, it's Cincinnati and Notre Dame. But also today in college football, might have to put this on the back burner once more, as they're back from another commercial break. We'll hold off just because we're back. 5:52 to play in this third quarter. That's how many games are being played right now. Having already been played today or currently ongoing with, hey, all the 2 cents I add to it. Yeah, it might be a little slow, but going as fast as I possibly can, adding everything up and still continuing on with this halftime into the middle of the third quarter report. And we'll get back to some scores from earlier once again coming up at the next break, because I mean that's just how fast the second half's also going, with both these offenses scoring a few touchdowns and the commercial break. So, hey, we'll get to it when we get to it. Plus, we still got to talk USC football, which that'll come fourth quarter. It looks like sometime now. With once again James Franklin a top candidate, and then if he would leave, who replaces him here at Penn State? We'll get into that as well. John Lovett, number 10, the transfer from Baylor, was wearing 23, now number 10. Gonna have to change that as mentioned. Picks up 4 yards or 6 yards, excuse me, to bring up a second and 4 for Penn State, and then they go bubble screen, quick near side, complete first down, number 13, Keandre Lambert-Smith. So they are starting to get him more back involved in this offense in the second half now. Just slow it down a little bit. You don't want to, overdo it, throw an interception like you did right before halftime when you could have got a few more points. Clifford now pump faking, looking to throw. They're going to throw a holding penalty on that probably. Pass complete to Parker Washington, first down. The Lions for a pickup of 13 once again. And now, since the refs messed up earlier, they're playing it down the middle. They're keeping it simple on their end as well. Unless it's an absolute penalty, they're not throwing in no penalty flags. But it's only the third quarter. We still have 20 minutes of football to be played. 5 minutes on the dot to play in this third, plus 15 in the fourth. Who knows what's going to happen then? But Clifford just eclipsed 200 total passing yards on the night with that last throw. Faking the give. Pass complete. Once again, number 3, Parker Washington, for another 5-6 yards. Second down, Penn State. From the 47-yard line, as John Lovett now has emerged as the third running back. Put Devin Ford to the side. It's Noah Kane, Kevon Lee. Hell, even tonight, John Lovett's the number 2 behind Noah Kane. Bubble complete to Washington for the third straight play. No wonder he lost 2 yards on that. Third down. Just good defense by Auburn. It was bunch near side for Penn State on the formation anyway, and they read it right from the start and ended up, as Herbie just said, taking down Parker Washington for a loss in the backfield, as Parker Washington is now in motion. Clifford looking to throw. Hey, 4th straight play. Until they stop him, why go anywhere else? They go right back to him. He's going to be short of the line of game. I mean, that's a bad spot. He's only a yard short, not 2 yards short, but still going to be 4th down. Should be 4th and 1, not 4th and 2. But Penn State's going to punt, unless they kick a long field goal here. They're going to punt like they should have done on their opening drive, and then there's 3 points still could come back to hurt, Penn State, as that's what Auburn capitalized off of with the turnover on downs, because really it could be 21-14 right now. Penn State with a fake punt, snapped it to the up back, and the second, third effort gets them past the first down. They're going to roll them down, though. That should be a first down. That is a first down. They're going to roll them down, mark them short, as they snapped it to P.J. Mustipher, the starting defensive tackle. That's first down. That's a bad... Come on. They're going to measure, and these refs are going to screw Penn State once again. You have to be kidding me. I get you blew it dead, but you can't let the pile continue to flow. You can't let it continue to move if then you're going to come back and say he was down here and mark him short when he picked up the first down on the play. That's twice tonight now with a intentional grounding that was not a penalty. This, and then you go back to the Wisconsin game, those kick catch interference fouls, and then even the targeting the past few weeks too. I mean, what the hell? Are these refs out to get Penn State once again, as they always are? Penn State runs a fake punt. They snap it to the up back and they don't get it. Auburn stops him short, but that was a first down, and we all know it. Even Auburn fans know it. That was a first down. It's these goddamn officials that are screwing this game up right now. No, the pile's still moving, and that's a first down. You can't mark them short. There's no way in hell you can mark them short like that, but they did. Another horseshit call is all it was. 1st and 10 Auburn from the 43. Now this is when the defense and the crowd need to step up. Charlie Katzer on the tackle, taking down Bigsby at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. And Mustafer's right back out there because he's a starting defensive tackle. Wasn't expecting Penn State to go for it twice on 4th down tonight by any means, but once again, just like Auburn, play they ran to begin the second half, and of course they fumbled it and Penn State capitalized. Just trying to, create your Ebiketie gets to Nix, and then it's batted down incomplete, get covered by Joey Porter Jr. Almost strip sacked. Thought it was deflected as well. Hand was hit, ball in the air, but pass was still on target, and then just good coverage. Arnold Ebiketie, 17, the transfer from Temple, also got to Bo Nix on that before Porter batted it down incomplete. 3rd down now for Auburn. So defense stepping up, crowds back into it, 2:20 to play in this third. But yeah, they go for it on 4th earlier. Of course, run the fake punt as well. Don't get either. Penn State going to bring some pressure on Bo Nix. He's going to tuck it and run, gets the first down before running out of bounds. And that might be a bad spot. I don't know if he got it. These damn officials, I tell you what. Just like the Big 12 never play defense, while the SEC officials don't ever do their job. So we're seeing in this Big 10 SEC showdown night really what conference is the better one. But a couple missed tackles by Penn State. Jacobs on the stop. So 2nd down. There's Brent Pry, the Penn State defense coordinator, the Altoona native himself. Need a stop on defense, especially here, tail end of the 3rd quarter. This 3rd quarter is absolutely just flown by. After that confusing first half from the officials, and then a few more bad calls here in this 3rd quarter, and then the 2 touchdowns we've seen in this 14 minutes of action make it 15 here in the 3rd quarter now, under a minute to play. Another first down run for Auburn now, as they're moving the sticks, looking to take the lead. And this is going to go back once again to biting Penn State in the ass if, with that Auburn field goal they had from the start of the game, early 3-0 lead, in which Penn State went for it, didn't get it on 4th down. Auburn capitalized with 3. Of course, Penn State capitalized with Auburn turnover as well, that fumble scoring 6. Make it 7. Penn State with some pressure. Ellis Brooks getting, that's intentional grounding right there. Not the 50-yard Clifford pass downfield. That's intentional grounding. Where's the damn penalty flag? You got to call it both ways. You have to throw this flag. That is intentional grounding. You can't say there's an intended target. That's horse shit. That is fucking horse shit. There's no way in hell he was outside the tackle box and there's no one in the area. And he did not throw it beyond the line of scrimmage. But yet, earlier throwing intentional grounding for an incomplete pass downfield. How does that up and make any sense? From the 35, 2nd down and 10 following incompletion. As Ellis Brooks, and I don't know who it was, got the Knicks, but then no penalty, and then a completion near side. Got an injured Auburn Tiger. That is number 11, Shedrick Jackson, the receiver who just caught the football. Seems just to be banged up, wind knocked out of him maybe. Holding his midsection there a little bit. He's on the Auburn sideline though, so play will continue. Third down, 15 seconds to play in this third quarter. We'll see if they snap it here again or not. Probably not. They did it here at the end of the first quarter too and just let the clock run out. They do run a play, and then a big stop on third down by Ellis Brooks. So Auburn's going to have a 4th down and short to begin the fourth quarter on the road here tonight at Penn State, trailing by 4, 21-17. So this game does in fact go down as a close one as we go into the fourth quarter in the whiteout. 15 minutes of football to be played. Who's going to come out on top? Let me know. However, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So Penn State's defense coming alive just when they need to. The thing is, these officials tonight just absolutely pathetic. Or once again, as Auburn alum Charles Barkley would say, as we had a Barkley, not Charles though, it wasn't Chuck. It wasn't Chuck for himself, it was Saquon. He was a special guest picker on College Game Day this morning. As Barkley would say, these refs tonight, absolutely terrible. Just flat out terrible. I don't get how you can officiate a game like this and expect to, get away with it the way they have. I don't care what conference you're from, where the game's being played at, who the two teams are. It's terrible. It is. It's pathetic. It is absolutely terrible. And I'll leave it at that. But once again, back to some action from college football earlier this afternoon and some scores currently as we have a few more games about to kick off here late tonight. Earlier today, 50 years since the game of the century with Nebraska and Oklahoma. To commemorate that anniversary, the Cornhuskers and Sooners met in Norman. First meeting since the 2010 Big 12 championship game, because of course the year after that Nebraska joined the Big 10. However, today, Oklahoma, Toby Keith got the better of his good pal in Larry the Cable Guy, and Nebraska, as the Cornhuskers, should have been a cowboy as the Sooners win by 7-23-16. Also today, in a rivalry renewed as well, old ACC bout, with a still current, we're going to start over on this one. As the Nebraska-Oklahoma game was a rivalry renewed, revisited as well, so was Virginia Tech and West Virginia. Former foes, a rivalry revisited from the Big East. Now, one of those teams in the ACC, the other probably either should be there or in the Big 10, not the Big 12, that being West Virginia. But the Mountaineers, John Denver, better than Metallica and Enter Sandman, WVU, they pick up the win by 6 at home, 27-21 over the 15th ranked Hokies. Michigan State might be for real. They're undefeated. They beat Miami on the road 38-17. They've also defeated Northwestern on the road, kick off the season in Big Ten action, and then also with a win over Youngstown State last week as well. Sparty, I believe they begin Big Ten play next week, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they play Nebraska at home. So Nebraska at 2-2, okay, that's even for them, especially after their slow start at Illinois with a loss, wins over Fordham, and Buffalo the past 2 weeks, and then a loss at Oklahoma today. They go to East Lansing next week. That should be a good game. We're also going to preview next week while we're here as well. But also today in college football, once again, we can laugh all we want because the Pitt Panthers lost at home by 3 to the Broncos of Western Michigan because Pitt eats shit 44-41. Alabama, they held on at Florida, winning 31-29. The Hawkeyes of Iowa, who Penn State plays at in a few weeks, as Penn State hosts Villanova next Saturday at noon before Indiana rolls in, as the Hoosiers lost at home to Cincinnati. as mentioned earlier today. Then it's Penn State at Iowa. So Penn State's next 3 games before a bye week following Auburn tonight. Villanova, Indiana, at Iowa, then the bye week on the 16th of October before Illinois at Ohio State to get into November. And Auburn, with a 4th down to begin the 4th quarter, they kick a field goal to cut it to a 1-point deficit now as Penn State leads by a score of 21-20 with 14:55 to play. So that is your score right now as I speak. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Ohio State, they held on as Iowa defeated Kent State 30-7. Ohio State, the Buckeyes, also in the Big Ten, also picked up a home win 41-20. So they also scored once more after I turned on a different game after knowing, of course, hey, they will win now after they almost ended up, what do I want to say here, after their loss, after the Ducks rolled into Columbus last week after losing to Oregon, who currently right now at home, Oregon is leading Stony Brook 24-7 as they're now ranked in the top 5 at 4th respectively following that win, of course, at Ohio State last week. But yeah, Ohio State almost blew it again, honestly. They almost lost to Tulsa before they scored a few touchdowns late. But hey, a win's a win. They got to figure out what they're going to be doing here, you know, over the next few weeks. I mean, they got Akron, just as Auburn had them a few weeks ago, so that should be another win. And then it's Rutgers, and then Maryland could be a test for Ohio State, the way the Terps are playing right now. And then it's Indiana and Penn State for them as well to close out October as well. But Ohio State's going to be there, but they got to get a move on. They do. They can't continue to settle the way they're playing right now, unless they're going to end up losing a few more games than one they lost last week at home to Oregon, and a good Oregon team. So there's also a team I know I was thinking of earlier. They might have won already. The game might have gone final. I don't know. Along with maybe it's a game that's currently on right now. I was thinking to myself before tonight's Penn State Auburn game started that, like, yeah, by the end of the season, this team's going to lose, you know, another game or so. I'm trying to think who that was now. Honestly, couldn't tell you, to be honest with you. Oh, Oklahoma, that's who it was. Back to that Oklahoma-Nebraska game. Because if the Cornhuskers can only lose by 7 at Norman against Boomer Sooner, allowing the fewest points a Lincoln Riley team has ever scored under his leadership at Oklahoma, then yeah, Oklahoma, with as bad as the Big 12 is, or as good or bad as they are, you know, because it's really just Oklahoma and Iowa State, and then even Texas well behind them. West Virginia as well, making some names, making a name for themselves once again right now, I should say, making some moves. You know, we'll see what happens there. I mean, it's still early, you know, and it's all non-conference right now. Standing-wise, it's not going to matter until, you know, conference games are played. But, yeah, Oklahoma was that team I was thinking of earlier, now that I think about it. But then also today in college football, as Ohio State and Iowa both picked up home wins, SMU defeated Louisiana Tech by 2, 39-37. Rutgers 45-13 over Delaware. Eastern Michigan defeated UMass 42-28. Baylor 45-7 over Kansas. Miami, Ohio 42-7 over Long Island. Akron beat Bryant University 35-14. App State 44-10 over Elon, which is a backwoods North Carolina brawl. And then Oregon State 42-0 over Idaho, who lost to Indiana last week, and then Indiana lost to Cincinnati. And then keep in mind, Indiana in 2 weeks right here in Happy Valley at Penn State. Also, USC 45-14 winners with new interim head coach following Clay Helton's firing, as Penn State picked up a few yards on first down and 10 as they lead by 1, 21-20. As Franklin's laying into these officials. I guess the play clock expired and they should have had to delay a game, but no. That goes back to the 2014 Ohio State game as well. That they let him kick it, and it was good, and then Penn State ended up losing double overtime. So second down and about 7 for the Nittany Lions. Out of the guns, Clifford from the 28. Looking to throw near side. Has a man complete to Jahan Dotson, right? The first down marker, first down for the blue and white. But yeah, USC fight on. Trojans beating Wazoo 45-14. Florida State 0-3 for the first time in almost 50 years. Losers at Wake Forest 35-14. Clemson only won 14-8. I get, okay, the weather delay, but Clemson's going to be another team, I think, probably right now that probably going to lose a few more games, honestly, even with playing in a shit ACC. Even though right now we got a good one cooking with Virginia and North Carolina, as the Tar Heels actually just scored again to close out the third quarter at home. Now leading by 14 again, 45-31. It was 38-31 when I just saw it, but they just scored. So extending that lead, Penn State with a first down, Noah Kane for a few yards. Penn State holding on to a 1-point lead right now, 21-20 at home in the whiteout against Auburn. It is officially 2nd and 7. As now John Lovett in the backfield in the pistol. Fake the give to him. Clifford gonna dump it off on the screen to, I like it, I love this, and I'm gonna want more of that in the near future, no doubt about it. John Lovett for 20 yards on a halfback screen, first down Penn State. Slow it down a little bit. You don't need to go hurry up right now. There's still 12 minutes to play. You have a 1-point lead. Clifford over the middle of the tight end. Brenton Strange, daylight in front of him, down inside the 5 at the 3, first and goal, Penn State. Now how he got that wide open, but he just snuck right up the middle. Clifford just dumps it off to him. Penn State, first and goal. Bubble screen complete to Parker Washington. Reaches, doesn't get across, but down to 1. And then a late flag comes in for, what is this going to be, a late hit on Auburn? 15 yards is going to be half the distance anyway from the 1-yard line. If it's against the defense, it's going to be on the inch line, and Penn State's going to end up scoring on the drive anyway. Personal foul. Oh, they say targeting on Auburn now. So at least you can make up for the few Penn State targetings that these officials have called so far this season. Throw one on Auburn now, especially with the way the officiating's gone tonight against Penn State as well. But they're going to review it, of course. It is targeting on number 9 for the Tigers. That is targeting. Yeah, no doubt about it. That's helmet to helmet. We'll see what they end up calling on the review, because it's targeting on the field. They have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn this. I don't know if they're going to have it or not. It's targeting, so it'll be a penalty, plus he'll be out for the rest of the game, plus first half next week for Auburn, as they next week host Georgia State, as Penn State will host Villanova next Saturday at noon on the Big Ten Network. I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. This could go either way. I mean, it is helmet to helmet, but it's sort of what Penn State's been in the past few weeks with targeting. And this targeting rule needs to stop. It does. It's another terrible foul by college football. I get, safety-wise, but when you sound to play football, you know you're going to get hit. So just get ready. I mean, regardless, the penalty is not going to hurt Penn State at all. It's going to help them by an inch or so. So I could really care less how this goes, because they got a, second and goal from the 1. It's confirmed it is targeting. He's thrown out. So it is what it is. There's nothing really you can do about it. They called it a targeting on the field, and it stood as called, so it is what it is. Penn State had one happen earlier against Wisconsin. Ellis Brooks held on to win. He sat out the first half against Ball State. McLean going to have to sit out for Auburn against Georgia State now next week, who Penn State defeated at home a couple years ago as well. But, like I said, that could have went either way. I would have been fine with it if they would have reversed it, because it still would be, goal to go for Penn State from the 1. Now, automatic first down with the penalty, so first and goal. So they do get another play, so I guess they make up for the third down they made Penn State punt on when they set those fourth down from earlier. Now, second goal. Now, the only thing, that I wouldn't be all right with saying all that is if Penn State has to settle for a field goal here. Punch it in, score a touchdown, make it an 8-point lead, make them have to drive, score, go for 2 to tie it up 28 to force overtime if it comes down to 11:46 to play. Out of the Wildcat again with Clifford lined up out wide, near side this time. It was far side before. Snap to the fullback, or third string tight end again, number 44, who is wearing a fullback number, at least a fullback number for the Steelers, and Derek Watt. Well, that's tomorrow for the NFL. Be sure to tune back in then. This doesn't work out this time. Now they're going to start running a little too much, it seems like, and Auburn, of course, stops it. So now third and goal from the 4-yard line. They need a touchdown because you can't settle for field goal, go up 24-20, and expect to hold on with the way Auburn's been able to drive. And then, even with timeouts, potentially a little no time remaining, you're looking to score to win them at that point. So try to score now if you can. Third and goal. But if it comes down to fourth and goal, I'd kick it. Honestly, I would. Got a whistle, got a timeout. I think here maybe a penalty. Now we got a timeout by Penn State just to make sure everything's right. Make sure they're set. Okay, we're good. Or it was an Auburn timeout. Excuse me. Auburn called the timeout. Third and goal, Penn State from the 4 when we return following the Auburn Tiger timeout, with Penn State leading by 1, 21-20. But they got to punch it in right now. Plain and simple. You got to punch this in and score 6. Extend your lead, because you have silver field goal, drop by 4, and then they drive and score a touchdown on you, and then you can't do shit the rest of the game. You're screwed. You lose. So, especially with a running game, if you score here, whether it's a rushing touchdown or not, just get in the end zone. I don't care. Just don't turn it over. Don't do anything stupid either. But you have your lead then. You make more stops on defense. Then if you have a running game, regardless if you do or don't, though, hopefully you would. But if you don't, hopefully you can get your running game going then. Then you can run this clock out and run away to victory. So we'll see what happens. But, yeah, Penn State's going to have a decision to make here on fourth and goal if they don't get it on third and goal with a touchdown. If they go for it on fourth down for the third time tonight, third time potentially might be a charm, or do they kick it? I mean, I'd kick it in that situation and play good defense, but you still can't rely on, hey, we're not going to give up 6. You got to score 6 when you can, because then it might be a little too late. Back to some scores from earlier, though. Clemson 14-8 winners over Georgia Tech. Arkansas coming off their big win at home over Texas. They used their former governor Mike Huckabee's new Relaxium sleeping pill commercial and slept Georgia Southern to a 45-10 win. Memphis 31-29, seen that score a lot in both college and the NFL this year. Winners over Mississippi State. Northwestern went to Duke, lost by 7, 30-23. Wyoming beat Ball State 45-12. Colorado State 22-6 at Toledo. That's a big win for Steve Adazio. That really honestly is, especially after Toledo almost beat Notre Dame on the road last week. Yeah, that's a big win for Colorado, especially after they lost, I believe it was, to South Dakota State to kick off the season. Yeah. And the FCS ranks, and then also losing to Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt is a dumpster fire, an absolute doormat in the SEC. However, right now, Vandy and Stanford going strong, as that game is middle third quarter. Stanford on the road winning 34-17. Following their slow start, lost at Kansas State, of course, neutral site, and Dallas, and then defeated USC on the road to fire Clay Helton last weekend. But then also in college football today, Cal beat Sacramento State, Washington 52-3 over Arkansas State. 3rd and goal for Penn State from the 3.5-yard line following the timeout, 10:52 to play. We'll see if they draw up here on offense. Out of the gun, Parker Washington in motion. Now top of your screen in the slot. They're going to run it, and a touchdown for Penn State as Noah Kane scores another rushing touchdown this season. First tonight, though, for 6 as he hits pay dirt. 27-20, pending the extra point. You kick the extra point here. Make an 8-point lead. Make them drive. Score on you. Have to go for 2 to tie it up to force overtime. Once again, if it comes down to it. And a simple halfback draw. Kane was going to go right. Nothing there. Saw, hey, I can walk right up the middle of this defense. If I cut back left, walk into the end zone, he does just that. Dallas extra points up and good. Penn State with a 28-20 lead with 10 minutes to play. As now they have a running game, it seems like, which is a damn good thing. And next week, too, if they hold on to win tonight, they got Villanova coming in next week. But FCS wins over Power 5 teams. It's happened before, so we'll let next week play out once we kick off. But got to get through the remaining part of tonight's game before you can look ahead to that game. So, of course, expecting the Penn State win over Villanova next week. But, hey, never say never for the Wildcats from Philly. And, you know, for Penn State playing an FCS team for the first time in quite a while because of the Big Ten ruling on you can't play FCS teams anymore. But now somehow they danced around that, and Villanova's in next week for the third and final non-conference game of the season for the Blue and White, as mentioned before. Indiana at Iowa, bye week. Illinois at Ohio State before we hit November. But in college football also today, University of Texas San Antonio defeated Middle Tennessee State 27-13. East Carolina 42-38 over Marshall. Liberty 45-17 over Old Dominion. Georgia State, who Auburn plays next week, they defeated Charlotte 20-9. Don't want to confuse Georgia State, Georgia Southern by any means. But then Houston also defeated Grambling 45-0. There are still 2 games to kick off, as it is 10:30 here on the East Coast. We have a 10:30 kick with Iowa State and UNLV from Vegas, and then also 12:30 Sunday morning, 12:30 a.m. Saturday night, Sunday morning. It'll be San Jose State and Hawaii from the islands. But currently right now in the sport of college football, Texas Tech defeating Florida International 54-21. Troy 21-9 over Southern Mississippi. Utah, they trail at San Diego State 24-16. They have the football though down 8 with 2.5 to play. Georgia is stomping the Gamecocks of South Carolina 40-13 at home. They will win. Potentially give Alabama a run for their money for the number 1 ranking with Alabama's 2-point win on the road. However, it was against a ranked Florida team in the swamp. So Alabama will stay 1. Georgia will be 2. You look at the rest of the top 25 then as well. Oregon might jump Oklahoma 4-3. Iowa, hell, might jump both of them. But I would think the top 5 is going to stay the same. I mean, Oklahoma only won by 7 at home against Nebraska. Oregon barely beating Stony Brook at home last I checked. Iowa beat Kent State at home. Clemson struggled with Georgia Tech, singing along to Sweet Caroline as well. As we're about to kick off with 10:48 to play. Auburn getting the football back now, down 8, 28-20. So we're almost about halfway there here in this fourth and final quarter of play. But it'll be Auburn football, 1st and 10 at the 25 following the touchback. I mean, Cincinnati might jump with a big road win at Indiana. You know, Ohio State's in front of Penn State as well at 9, A&M at 7. So, I mean, the top 10 arguably will probably just stay the same. Florida's going to drop. Virginia Tech's going to drop. And that's probably it. Miami, Auburn. If Auburn does, in fact, lose then as well, they'll also drop out of the top 25. So we'll see come tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, while we're live for Live Watch Long Reactions for the NFL tomorrow, what the AP top 25 poll will look like in all of college football. However, still some games currently ongoing, some scores currently with an incomplete or a completed pass, for 16 yards from Bo Nix to number 47, JSS John Samuel Shanker. However, now we've got a penalty flag on the field. And that was an illegal substitution by Auburn. Be a 5-yard penalty, they'll replay first down. So now Auburn, just the small little things, starting to shoot themselves in the foot here late in the ball game with 10.5 to play. Oregon, yes, 31-7 over Stony Brook. LSU 42-21 over Central Michigan. North Carolina wins at home against Virginia, 45-31. Ole Miss, Tulane, end of 19-7 Rebs over the Green Wave. What do we got? Air Force 38, Utah State 34. That game is on FS2. UAB North Texas 33-6 for the University of Alabama. Birmingham against Mean Green. And then Texas 51-0 over Rice. Boise State 20-14 at home over Oklahoma State right now. And Fresno State UCLA just kicked off. And early first quarter as well, Arizona State at BYU in the Cougs' first ever whiteout from Lavelle Edwards Stadium in Provo. The Sun Devils and Cougs are tied at 7. So that is college football week 3. Week 4 will begin next Thursday with Marshall and App State. A couple decent games next Friday. And then we'll get into the Saturday slate for next week momentarily, plus still having time to discuss USC football. Third down, though, for Auburn. Some movement up front. That's going to be a false start. 5 yards, they'll replay it. It'll be 3rd and a mile. Now this crowd becoming a factor for the Auburn Tigers, it looks like. You can't hear yourselves think, let alone block or run or catch a football, for God's sakes. 3rd down from the 34. Nix, it's going to be incomplete. Nice coverage by Daquan Hardy. Almost picked it off. Incomplete. 4th down, and Auburn's on to punt. They only have 2 timeouts left. They trail by 8. Penn State with all 3. Now this is when you want a running game to go in your favor. Have a strong running game to run this clock out. You score again, whether it's a field goal or even a touchdown to make it a 2-possession game. Well, it'd be 2 possession even with a field goal at 31-20 at 11 points. But a 2-touchdown lead at that. Ball game. Game's over then at that point. And then Penn State, will end up picking up the win and getting to 3-0. But there still is 9:27 to play. So just as Penn State ran a fake punt, we'll see if Auburn does the same. No, they punt it. And Dotson on the return from the 12. Gonna make a few men miss. Get a return out past the 25, down to the 30. 1st and 10, Penn State from there. And now here comes Clifford. Clifford, as Jericho would say. 1st and 10, blue and white, following a commercial break with an 8-point lead at home in the whiteout. So 28-20, Penn State leading Auburn, under 10 minutes to play. Once more, thank you for tuning in and watching. Always greatly appreciated. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Next week in college football. Of course, yeah, like I said earlier, Penn State and Villanova. Villanova is actually undefeated. They are 3-0. Who have they defeated? They defeated Richmond today. They defeated Bucknell a couple weeks ago, actually last week, and then they also defeated Lehigh. So, a few other Pennsylvania teams laying the hammer down to them. As Villanova defeated Lehigh 47-3. Villanova also defeated Bucknell 55-3. And then they won by 7 today. 34-27 at home against Richmond. And now they'll come to Penn State next week before a bye week, and then going to Harrisonburg to take on the Dukes of James Madison in the FCS. Georgia just won. That game just went final, defeating South Carolina. They go to Vandy next Saturday afternoon as well. Coming up next on ESPN, as we'll see, of course, this conclusion to Auburn Penn State as we've been watching the game from start to finish. We'll have on ESPN Arizona State and BYU, also Oklahoma State and Boise State with Tulane and Ole Miss in the second quarter now, following their weather delay, just like Georgia Tech and Clemson from earlier. So BYU in a whiteout as well, I believe, as Arizona State's wearing their road black uniforms. BYU in a whiteout wearing their home white uniforms. I'd like to see Penn State do that for one of these whiteout games. Of course, the true real whiteout is right here in Happy Valley, not in Provo. But nice to see, BYU's also trying to, do something that hasn't already been done by any means. But they are Mormon, so what do you expect? Sweet Caroline, ba ba ba. Good times never seem so good, so good, so good, so good. I've been inclined, ba ba ba, to be. You know what's going to be so good? If Penn State can hold on to this 8-point win right now, or 8-point lead and pick up an 8-point win, or hell, if they, add on to it and score again, so be it. But that'll be so good. And then Penn State's going to be, of course, right back where they started from, and we'll be celebrating all night with a big win over Auburn. But continue preview for next week momentarily, plus the USC discussion to come if we get to it. Second down, Clifford rolling out near side, has a man caught, going to be 2 yards short. As Brenton Strange, number 86, Penn State's getting the tight ends heavily involved now. Going to be short, 3rd and 2 after a 5-yard completion. Third down for Penn State with 8:14 to play. No, but yeah, BYU with their own little whiteout, seeing if it sticks. Wearing home white uniforms as well, or road white uniforms for a home game. Taking on a good Arizona State team. The game just kicked off. Or kicked off a little bit ago, but just came on ESPN because of the South Carolina-Georgia game. Dawson on the end around on 3rd down. What the hell are you doing? And Auburn's going to get a stop. So Penn State's going to have to punt it back with 7:37 to play. They still got to drive, score, and go for 2 to tie it up, though. So, I'd believe in this Penn State defense. So just don't go for it again here on fourth down like you have a few times already tonight. That's the other thing. Just don't do anything stupid. Of course, you can get a turnover, so be it. But, you know, game's coming down to the wire. Stout on to punt. Fair catch at the 24. First and 10, Auburn from there. They'll have 2 timeouts, 7:02, and a good chunk of the field to drive to tie it up. Plus, you got to go for 2 to do that. So, 28-20 Penn State as we get down to the nitty-gritty here in tonight's whiteout. BYU with those loud clubs that you can bang together in their crowd, as they're all decked in white as well for their whiteout. I mean, it does look pretty cool, not as good as this one, you know, because there's only one true real whiteout, as mentioned. BYU trying to do something new, I get it, but at the same time, it's not something that they started on their own. It's a copycat league, I get that too, so it is what it is. Like I said, they are Mormon, so, you know, they can really do whatever the hell they want. But, yeah, currently, Auburn, Penn State, along with Tulane, Ole Miss, BYU, hosting Arizona State. That's a false start. That plays dead from the start. The rest blow it dead, and then also Oklahoma State, Boise State on. So from left to right, Oklahoma State, Boise State, we got Tulane, Ole Miss, we got Arizona State, BYU, and we got Auburn and Penn State in the first of the 2 whiteout games that are currently ongoing right now, with BYU hosting one of their own against Herm Edwards and the Sun Devils from Tempe, Arizona. Actually, that wasn't a false start. It was, well, I guess it was. The center snapped it when nobody else moved, and then a little bit of delay game with the reaction. And then, yeah, so it was a 5-yard false start. Now Arizona State going to have to punt early and go for it on fourth down. So that's where we're at there. Still early, just as a few of these other games are as well. But they do down it inside the 5 to 1, so good punt. But with 7 minutes to play, 7 minutes and 2 seconds to be exact, Auburn getting the football back following a Penn State punt. It's 28-20 if you're just now tuning in. And we'll see if the Penn State defense can hold it down, hold on to picking up the win potentially and getting a 3-0. Of course, the whiteout crowd as well should play a factor, I'd hope, but we'll see how this final 7:02 goes and who comes out on top. But just as we said at 28-20, in that game, of course, just recapped everything from earlier today and currently ongoing. Now, a little bit of a preview for next week in college football. Notre Dame, Wisconsin, as mentioned from earlier, with Villanova at Penn State, and Georgia, Vanderbilt. So next week, come noon, it'll be Penn State hosting Villanova. We'll have that on one. We'll also have Notre Dame, Wisconsin on one as well. What other 2 games can I throw on at noon next Saturday? Texas Tech, Texas, maybe. Yeah, probably just that. Maybe, I mean, SMU, TCU, Ohio, Northwestern. The only real good game next Saturday at noon, other than Villanova, Penn State, is going to be Notre Dame and Wisconsin from Soldier Field in Chi-Town. Also next week in college football, you got Richmond and Va Tech, as both teams are coming off losses today. LSU, Mississippi State, we'll have that on. As LSU is going to try to return the favor, get revenge on the Bulldogs as they went to Death Valley to begin the season last year. Actually, next weekend, late September, in the short and condensed season that everybody had, but with the start dates that were later on. Remember, Mississippi State went to LSU and defeated the national champion Tigers. Speaking of Tigers, Auburn, 1st and 10 on the road in a battle of cats tonight at Penn State. The Nittany Lions lead by 8, 28-20 now with 6:12 to play. 1st and 10 from the 36. Knicks with Auburn out of the gun, right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Gonna keep it for himself. Stiff arm, gets a few yards, and then Auburn's probably gonna want to late hit out of bounds on that. They get it. That's gonna be a 15-yard personal foul on Brandon Smith. Once again, don't be stupid. Here we go again, though. That's just free yardage for them. What the hell are you doing? We'll see a replay here. Yeah, that's a good late hit out of bounds call. Unless they pick up a flag. Personal foul, late hit out of bounds on Penn State, 15 yards, automatic first down, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, at least you got one penalty call right tonight. I'll give you credit there, but everything else has been absolute horse fucking shit, so. Game still up for grabs on the line here. Penn State holding on to an 8-point lead right now. From the 44. Handoff. And Bigsby on the give. Gets 8, maybe 9 yards, depending on the spot for the Auburn Tigers. He's second and short, 5:40 to play. So, I mean, we got some good games next week early on. Yeah, we'll have Villanova, Penn State on, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, LSU, Mississippi State. Yeah, LSU going to try to get revenge. And then, yeah, we'll also have, say, Texas Tech, Texas. Also next week, though, what do we got? 3:30, A&M and the Hogs on CBS. That should be a good one from Jerry's World in Dallas. UCLA, Stanford. As Penn State, Joey Porter Jr. picks it off for a pick 6 to seal the deal. Actually, it's a fumble recovery. Scoop and score, not a pick 6. And we'll see if he was down or not, though. That's the big question. Auburn saying they were down. Crowd going nuts. We are Penn State. Got to see a replay. Got to see a replay. But Joey Porter Jr., not his father, not the Steeler linebacker, making a big name for himself tonight in the whiteout. Here we go with the officials again. Rolling on the field is a fumble recovered by Penn State. Return for a touchdown to make it 34-20. Was he down, though? He's down. Then the ball comes out. This is going to get reversed. He's down by a mile. His ass is on the turf. He's down. I'm not going to argue that. He's down by contact. Regardless if he's down by contact, in college, when you hit the ground, you're down. You don't need to be touched. It's not the NFL. He's down. Then the ball came out. Then Joey Porter Jr. following the tackle by number 23, Curtis Jacobs, scooped it up, ran it back to the end zone for 6. But no, yeah, this is going to get overturned. And this is going to get reversed, and Auburn's going to keep it and have a 2nd or 3rd down, I do believe. And hell, that's a hold if you want to throw a penalty flag in on the review, which I know you can't do by any means. But yeah, Auburn's down. He's down by a mile. I'm not arguing that. But these officials tonight have been trash. They have. It's like the replacement refs from the NFL from a decade ago would be doing a better job than they are tonight. Honestly, they would be probably. They're going to reverse it. They will. He's down. Rolling on the field, it's a fumble. Of course, they have to find unspooled video evidence to overturn it. They have that. He's down. Then the ball came out. Then Porter Jr. scooped it up and returned it for 6. But he's down. This is going to get reversed. He's down by contact. It'll be Auburn football. Now this is when Penn State's defense really needs to step the hell up, along with the fans in attendance for the whiteout this evening, to get another stop, maybe another turnover on back-to-back plays, and this one will count. What down is it? 2nd, 3rd? They calling a first down if he got the first down on that? and then the fumble. It'll be first down and 10 Auburn with 5:08 to play, following the reversal on the fumble. So from the 34-yard line. Field goal ain't going to cut it for the Tigers. Nick's looking to throw near side. Deep, has a man, and the receiver had it. What the hell? What are you doing, dude? You had it right there. You could have caught that and been standing in the end zone for 6. He just misread the football. It was right there to him. I mean, he might have had to reach around a little bit for a back shoulder to come down with it, but he's right there. How do you not catch that? Or how, as a receiver, do you not know where the football's at? So incomplete, 2nd and 10. Auburn, what the hell are they running here? A fumblerooski, and then a hurdle, and then Auburn down at the 10. Nice tackle there by 54, Derek Tangelo, to save the score for now. What the hell did they run? That was a good play call. A simple toss to the running back to the right side on the far, and then everybody else ran near side to the left, and then number 27, Jarquez Hunter once again, along with Tank Bigsby tonight, running the football extremely well for the Auburn Tigers on offense. Hurdles a man at the 15 and then down at the 10. First and goal from the 10 for Auburn. Back shoulder incomplete at the goal line. Nice coverage there by Joey Porter Jr. again. Incomplete. Surprised they didn't throw a pass interference flag, but incomplete. 2nd and goal for Auburn. Penn State's defense needs to hold right here. We'll have final stats and scores once this game goes final, so stay tuned. Auburn out of the eye. Gonna hand off. Tank Bigsby. Only gonna get a yard, maybe a yard and a half, 2. Gets out of bounds. Clock stops with 4:16. That's another hold. Throw the damn flag. I get it happens in every play, but when it's clear and you've thrown penalty flags for worse calls tonight, you can throw a holding penalty right now on them. Clock's going to start rolling again here now with the ball being reset. 3rd and goal. He did get out of bounds, but now under 4 to play. Franklin wanted to call a timeout. He lets it slide. Dump off to the tight end in the flat. Penn State's defense does hold. Ball comes out, but he's going to be down again. It'll be 4th and goal Auburn from the 2-yard line with 3:30 to play. That's a fumble. He recovered, though. He was not down this time. And here's your ball game, folks. 4th and goal for Auburn, down 8, needing a touchdown, and a 2-point to tie it at 28 to force overtime. They're going to call timeout. Timeout Auburn, they're second. So what's Auburn got up their sleeve right now? 4th and goal from inside the 5, needing a touchdown to tie it with 2-point, with still 3 timeouts and time for Penn State to do something. Then if they would give up a score, for them to do something on offense to potentially win the game that way. 4th and goal for Auburn. Out of the guns, Bo Nix. 4 receivers back to his left. Looking to throw, fade back corner, incomplete. Good no call on the penalty that was not thrown. As Penn State and Auburn get tangled up, they both fall down at the same time. There's no pass interference on offense. There's no pass interference on defense. There's more of an offensive PI than a DPI. They both just fell down. And Nix was going for a fade to the back corner, far side, and incomplete. Turnover on downs. Penn State's getting the football back with an 8-point lead with 3:08 to play. And Auburn, with their one timeout, can only stop it once. Auburn's going to be talking about that play if they end up losing this game tonight for the next full calendar year until Penn State heads on down the plains next year. They're not going to forget that, I can guarantee you that. That was a good no call, though, because they both got tangled up. They both fell down at the same time. There's a false start. Come on, now you're already 1st and 10 from the 2 because you get a turnover on downs. So you start with end zone to your back, and then you false start half the distance. Auburn's defense is going to need a stop here if they want the football back to try to score and tie it up again to force overtime with 3:08 to play. I don't think there's going to be a lot of time here. So from the 1-yard line, 1st and 10, Clifford going to hand off. Just don't get a safety. Oh my God. He's going to lose a half yard back to the half-yard line. This was, don't do anything fucking stupid right now. Do not lose this game for yourselves. Instead of finding a way to win, they're finding a way to lose right now. He barely got out of the end zone. And Auburn will get the football back because it's already 3rd and goal. And you're going to probably just sneak it now, I'd say. Or 2nd down, excuse me. 2nd and long. You're unless they can pick up a big play here, maybe take a deep shot, you're not going to be, they are going to go deep near side. Dotson to the Auburn sideline, incomplete. Then they throw the flag on defensive pass interference on Auburn. Auburn is livid. And I can understand that. I can understand why they're mad, especially with the defensive pass interference or the offensive pass interference that wasn't called in the end zone on Penn State. And then they throw this. But now the refs are making up for all their mistakes they made against Penn State earlier and costing Auburn the game, it looks like. That's exactly what's happening. But hey, as a Penn State fan, I'll take it. I'm not going to argue. I know, of course, it's not the right way to have a game go, especially late like this, and potentially end it. And as I said a few times tonight, hopefully the refs don't control this game. But now, voila, here we are. So, 1st down and 10 for Penn State. I mean, even SEC refs on the field calling this against an SEC team on the road at Penn State. I mean, what can you say? What can you do? So, yeah, they almost got a safety, and then a play later, a pass interference. Now on big 1st down for Penn State. No gain on that play, so 2nd down. They take a look at the top 10, like I said a little bit ago. It doesn't seem like the top 10 is going to change. Maybe some flip-flops here and there with, Oklahoma, Oregon, Iowa, Clemson. Cincinnati might jump up a little bit. I don't know. There's a few teams that could move, but the top 10 is going to stay. Auburn still with one timeout, looking for a stop. That's 2nd down. Here we go. 3rd down and long. Penn State's just going to continue to roll. Don't go out of bounds because the clock's going to stop. Auburn calls their 3rd and final timeout with 1:29 to play. So they're going to hope for a 3rd down stop here. Penn State then can wind it if they don't pick up 1st down. But if they do, the game's over. But if they have to punt on 4th down, just don't go for it on 4th down, whether it's a flat out, hey, I'm going for it, or a fake punt again. You punt, you make them drive, and the defense holds again. That's exactly what you do if you don't get a first down here. But you run the football on 3rd and long here, and then you drain the clock. I mean, you could run a fake and, take a deep shot again if needed, if you honestly really seriously want to, but no, because you don't want to have the ball fall incomplete, and you don't want to have the ball get intercepted. Whether you do punt then, and then the yardage, figure that all out later, but then even an incompletion stops the clock, and then you're giving them more time to drive, score, tie it up, go for 2 to force overtime. You run the ball here on 3rd and long if you're Penn State, up 8, 28-20, with 1:29 to play. You run the football. Please run the football right now. And they're going to quarterback draw. Clifford just goes down. Okay, that's fine. Clock's going to roll. I don't care. Clock's just going to roll now. They'll go to 20, probably about 45 seconds or so, I'd say. And then Penn State's going to call one of their 3 timeouts. They'll punt. This is when you want to punt and pin them deep. Rely on your defense to make a stand. If they beat you like this, driving, having to score, but then also having to score a touchdown with a 2-point conversion that's will have to be successful to tie the game to force overtime. That's a lot to ask for Auburn right now. 45 seconds. Penn State going to take a delay game rather than call a timeout? They call a timeout. Okay, I already backed up the 13-yard line. So 45 seconds on the dot, as thought. Timeout Penn State. It's 4th down. They're going to punt. You pin them deep. You make them drive. They drive and score. Get a 2-point. Tie it up, force overtime that way. We go to overtime. So fucking be it. Okay? But the defense needs to make a stand right now. What a game this has been. Honestly. Credit to Auburn. And hoping for as good, if not better, game next season. Especially in the regular season and only 2 meetings all time and bowl games before. You don't get this matchup all the time. It's not like, oh, there's next year, even though there is next year. But then after next year, they might never play ever again. For all we know. I don't know. Penn State on to punt. Just don't have it get blocked. Get it up and away. Okay, good. Fair catch, signal 4 at the 37-yard line. So Auburn going to have about 63 yards to go for a touchdown. They need a touchdown. And a 2-point to tie it up. If they can do that and we go to overtime, like I said, so be it. But Penn State's defense now needs to make a stop. It doesn't look like we're going to get to USC football right now. We're still going to have all season to talk about that. Maybe a little bit more of a window next week during the Villanova-Penn State action. Maybe tomorrow if I can fit it in during the NFL. We'll get to it then. But stats and scores... Final stats and scores, I should say, to come with an incomplete pass on 1st and 10. Make it 2nd and 10. Auburn football down 8, needing a touchdown and a 2-point to tie it. But once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Final stats and scores to come. We'll preview next week as well, because we really didn't get a chance to do that other than a few games. But now 2nd and 10 for Auburn. Ball at the 30. 7-yard line. And a pass near side. It's going to be caught, but short of the line to gain after a pickup at 9. 3rd and 1 with 26 seconds to play. Nick's looking to throw. Has a man. Nice catch. Couple missed tackles by Penn State. Auburn gets down at the 40. 21 seconds. You got to get up there and clock it. You got to spike it. You got to clock it. You don't have any timeouts. Got to go. Got to go. They do with 17 seconds. It'll be 2nd and 10 now for Auburn with 17 seconds to play. Just don't give up a fucking touchdown right now. You give up a touchdown, just make sure you have a good defense play call to hold them on a 2-point attempt so they don't tie it and we go to overtime. From the 40, first, now 2nd and 10 following the spike. Nick's out of the gun. Deep down the far sideline, and it's incomplete in the end zone. 3rd and 10 with 10 seconds to play. They got 2 plays. They can run 3rd down, they can run 4th down, they don't convert. They got 2 plays with 10 seconds. You have 5, 6, 7 seconds, you got 1 play with a shot with some hook and ladder probably. 10 seconds, you got 2 plays here for Auburn. And the thing is, too, for Auburn, the sideline's your friend. You want to get the hell out of bounds because you don't have any timeouts right now. From the 40, 3rd and 10 for Auburn. Nick's near side. It's going to be caught at the 25. They got to get up there and clock it, though. It's a 1st down. Clock's going to stop for a second. There's 5 seconds. They got to go, though. They got to spike it. 4-3, they do. So with 3 seconds, Auburn's going to have a 2nd and 10, and here's your ball game. Auburn scores and then gets a 2-point attempt. That will go down as successful. We'll tie at 28 and go to overtime. If Penn State makes a stop here, or even if they do let them score and then hold on a 2-point attempt, Penn State wins it. 2nd and 10 with 3 seconds to play. 28-20, Nittany Lions. From the 26, let's see if the linebacking U defense can hold it down for one more play. Nix over the middle. It's going to be batted down, incomplete, almost picked off by Brisker. And Penn State's going to hold on and win it 28-20 at home against Auburn out of the SEC tonight in this year's whiteout game. As we are Penn State. 28-20 your final score, post-game handshake with James Franklin and Brian Harsin. Honestly, right now, can't wait for Penn State to go to Auburn now next season as well. What a game tonight was. What a game next year hopefully will be as well. But it gets batted down. I mean, hell, it didn't even reach the end zone. And Brisker almost picked it off. Batted it down, though, and the Penn State defense comes alive when needed, and the Nittany Lions pick up another win to start 3-0 after starting 0-5 last year, now on a 7-game winning streak, winning tonight 28-20 at home in the whiteout against Auburn. Villanova should be a win next week. That's 4-0. Indiana, okay. Get revenge from them for how that game ended last year. 5-0. Iowa's going to be a tough test on the road, just like Wisconsin was next week, or to start the year a couple weeks ago on the road as well. Of course, the bye week, Illinois. I mean, no game's a cakewalk anymore, especially in the Big Ten or even the SEC. So, of course, don't want to get too far ahead of myself by any means, but what a night. What a game this was. Penn State 28-20 winners against Auburn. All respect to Brian Harsin, Bo Nix, and the Tigers, especially in this Big Ten SEC non-conference game in the regular season, not in the Outback or Citrus Bowl that these two teams have met before. But Penn State also gets revenge from that 13-9 loss that I remember quite well back at the end of the 2002 season, which was the very first football season I ever remember watching for the college and NFL level. Penn State, as Larry Johnson was my favorite player, lost by 4, 13-9. Of course, he went on the NFL. Penn State now, 18 years later, gets revenge and picks up a win at home at Auburn, against Auburn, as Auburn played at Penn State tonight. Penn State will play at Auburn next fall, but a final score of 28-20. Of course, the James Franklin USC rumors are probably going to continue to grow, but at the same time, this is going to quiet him down a little bit with him wanting to continue to stay at Penn State for the foreseeable future. We'll see, what happens in all that regard. We're going to hold off with the USC discussion. I know I said I was going to get to it a few times tonight, along with, as I was hoping to this past Monday night to get to it. Hey, we'll wait till Saturday. Still no in that regard. If I can fit in tomorrow, okay. But keep an eye out for my USC thoughts and opinions for their head coaching search for the next football coach. Say either tomorrow or now next week with Penn State hosting Villanova at the Reno. But as I was saying, arguably, Penn State 4-0 next week, 5-0. Hell, they could be undefeated if they get by Iowa on the road in a couple weeks. That's going to be a big top 10 showdown from Iowa City. Kenny Stadium, probably going to be a Saturday night game on ABC on Saturday, October the 9th, if I'd have to guess right now. What a night. And Penn State right back where they started from 2 years ago. The last whiteout, defeating Michigan, defeating Auburn tonight. Defense wins you championships. I've always thought that Penn State's defense, as Franklin said earlier today, playing Franklin yelling, you could read his lips, motherfuckers. Of course, the officiating wasn't all that good, but hey, in the end, Penn State won. That's all that matters, 28-20. And they, once again, now with the fans back, gonna help out even more so than what they did last year. Now the alma mater, for the glory of Old State, for her founder strong and great, for the future that we wait, raise the song, sing our love and loyalty, sing our hopes and all of thee. The cheerleaders yelled something. When we stood at childhood's gate, shapeless in the hands of fate. It's more as dear old state, dear old state, dear old state. May no act of ours bring shame to one heart that loves thy name. May ours but still our fame, dear old state, dear old state. Penn State 28-20 winners over Auburn in the whiteout. Penn State going to celebrate, run around the stadium. This is big for recruiting as well. It is, especially if Franklin's going to stay. But hell, Penn State already has the #1 recruiting class for next year already. So there's not really much they can add to it right now, other than, of course, in the years to come. Credit to Auburn. I like Brian Hardison to begin with, as said before, but I just gained a whole lot more respect for him and Auburn as a whole. Even though I sort of did like Auburn in the past, especially wanting to beat Alabama and a few other teams in bowl games the past few years. But Auburn once again loses to another Big Ten school. Second time this year, technically, the bowl game for them in Orlando, Citrus Bowl last year was also at the end of last season, but January 1 of this year, they lost to Northwestern. So they're not having any, good luck against any Big Ten schools right now. But you can't wait, for Penn State to go to Auburn now next year. And that hopefully Bo Nix Jr. We'll see if he comes back for his senior year. But I think because of how this game ended, I would say he probably will, but I don't know. That's for him to decide, not me. But Penn State's defense, just absolutely stellar. Once again, as Franklin said earlier today, championship caliber defense. That's 2 of their first 3 games that, okay, yes, giving me a few heart attacks here in September of 2021, no doubt about it, with the game coming down to the last fucking play. And hey, they're 3-0. That's all that matters. It's 1-0 each week. They're 3-0 now in the season, and you move on to Villanova. I mean, you celebrate tonight. Yeah, no shit, no doubt about it. Auburn's going to have a long flight home, and the truck driver driving the equipment truck is going to have a long trek home on the road. But be safe too, of course. Both, especially with USC's flight, even after they landed, the plane sort of was doing wheelies in the airport for some unknown reason. I don't know why, but nobody was injured, they said. But that just adding, or it is adding more, not frustration, or I mean, I don't even know really how you'd want to call it. Yeah, coming up on local news that I'm not going to watch, I'm going to turn on football on another channel here. We'll turn on Arizona State BYU on this. Got a few other games on right now. Not even paying attention to those, but I mean, I normally do, but not right now. I'm not, especially with that game just wrapping up. But yeah, that just, I guess, for this year's team, we'll say it adds more fuel to the fire for SC right now, especially with, I mean, trying to look for a new head football coach. Hell, they might not even have a football team. I don't want to say it's going to be a Marshall event all over again by any means, but like when you see that headline, like what do you think? But no, yeah, Auburn, like I said, again, ton of respect for them. Hell of a game. You know, I knew coming in, you know, as I said a few times tonight, they're used to, you know, playing in these type of environments, but not the whiteout. And then they still took it to the final play of the game. But in the end, even with, I believe, both teams split a turnover apiece, even with Penn State turnover on downs on their first drive, Auburn capitalized with 3. And then they went forward on a fake punt as well on 4th down as well. Did not get that. We'll look at final stats here in a second, but I believe, yeah, 1 turnover apiece with the interception by Clifford at the end of the first half, which didn't count, you know, because they just took a knee to go into halftime anyway. So it didn't matter. And then the fumble right on the first play of the second half, in which Penn State capitalized on, scored 7. So they don't have that. I mean, you know, it's still a 1 point or a tie ball game right now, and hell, we might be in overtime right now for all we know. I don't know if everything, of course, plays out the way it did. I mean, both teams were sort of able to run the football. Both defenses held down the fort, though. They did. Hear noise in the background. Some dogs barking. Don't get worried. But currently, hey, we got a good one with Oklahoma State, Boise State on this. With middle of the second quarter, BYU 14-7 over Arizona State. We're actually going to turn on this TV with volume now as well. Oklahoma State and Boise State. So Brian Harsin back to Boise. The Broncos trail the Cowboys by 1. 4:50 to play in this third quarter. So we'll check in on some scores right now as well and see if we can pull up a few different games here. As I, of course, normally have a few different games on all the time anyway. But games, I mean, of course, Penn State game just wrapped up. Some of these games all over the place. Like I said, not really even paying attention to any of these right now, but sort of am now that I notice that. But, okay, so really, is there anything worth putting on? Okay, we'll have... Yeah, we'll have Oklahoma State, Boise State on this one. And then, just as I need to get into this, we'll put on ESPN on this one in front of me, Arizona State, BYU. Of course, shut this off over here because we have Oklahoma State, Boise State on now over here. As I finally have, I mean, I've had it like this for a little bit, but I finally have setup-wise, my setup how the way I want it. Which, of course, some things sometimes just you think of this out of the blue, or whatever the case may be. You change it after you do it, but yeah, I finally have everything for the most part set up. Display-wise behind me. Display-wise behind me is for sure, yeah, no doubt. Unless I add more stuff or move some stuff around. But in front of me, watching, yeah, I have everything the way I want it, so yeah. But we're sitting at 21-20 Oklahoma State leading Boise State on the road, which really isn't that big of a surprise, but I mean, I'm happy this is a close game, you know, come down to the wire as well. Oklahoma State about to kick a field goal. I believe this is the first ever meeting between the two schools as well. But yeah, Boise with a new head coach, of course, because of losing Harsin to Auburn. Gundy still at OK State, 41-yard field goal, going to be up in good? No, hooks wide left at the end. No good, so missed field goal, 21-20 still. All right. 21-20 Oklahoma State, Boise State. Yeah, Boise lost one to Central Florida to start the year. And then also who they beat last week. We're going to check because we're going to check in on some scores that are current right now with some current games. Boise State last week. I know who they played, I just can't think. Of course, all hyped up, excited. Penn State just won. Yeah, that's right. They beat UTEP last Friday. I remember watching the game. Yeah, so they're 1-1. Winner of UTEP lost to Central Florida, and then now they're trailing by 1 at home. Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State beat Tulsa last week, and then also Missouri State, so they're 2-0. So yeah, 21-20 Oklahoma State, Boise State. And then we have Arizona State BYU at a commercial, so their score is 14-7 still, as it was in the middle of the second quarter just a minute ago. Cougs over the Sun Devils. And then Ole Miss 40-21 over Tulane, just about halftime. Lane Kiffin could be an option for USC, honestly, if they'd want to revisit that. Hell, I could stay on and talk USC football here if I wanted to, but at the same time, I know I'll just continue to talk and drag this video out longer than it needs to be, but we'll see here in a minute. Probably just going to hold off and wait. Stanford 41-17 over Vandy. The game's about to go final. And then Iowa State 14-0 at UNLV. Matt Campbell, another option for SC, along with Luke Fickell from Cincinnati, if they'd want to, go there as well. Of course, USC's AD hired Fickell at Cincinnati as well, so there's that connection. But then also right now, Fresno State and UCLA on the Pac-12 network tied at 6. Penn State, of course, just defeated Auburn 28-20. What other games have gone final since last time I checked? Nothing really worth mentioning. Well, San Diego State, Utah went to overtime, as that was 24-16, correct, earlier? Aztecs over the Utes. Well, Brady Hoke and San Diego State defeat Kyle Winningham and Utah 33-31 in overtime. LSU won. North Carolina won by 20. Man, no defense was played in that game. 59-39. Texas played defense, but Rice didn't. The Horns beat the Rice. I believe they're the Owls, but they could be the Rice Pellets. The rice that you can eat. They won 58-0. And we still have a game to kick off as well, coming up in about an hour here on the East Coast at 12:30 a.m. Saturday night, Sunday morning from the islands of Hawaii with the Rainbow Warriors taking on San Jose State. So that's college football. this Saturday, September the 18th. I'll be on live right here on YouTube in about another 12, 14 hours or so for NFL action with the Raiders and Steelers. So hopefully we'll tune in then for more live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. Sunday Night Football tomorrow night as well, along with Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw Monday night. And then next week it'll be, as of now, college football with Penn State, Villanova. NFL action next Sunday as well with WWE Extreme Rules, and then Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw the following night as well. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Now some final stats and scores. Yeah, we are going to hold off on the USC football discussion. I know that's twice now that I've said, hey, and thank you for your continued support. If you're still awaiting my thoughts and opinions for my discussion on USC football for their head coaching search, like I said earlier, we have all season to talk about this because they're not going to be hiring anybody anytime soon. Not at least in season. Maybe later on this year with 1 or 2 games to play for a few teams, depending on how everybody's season is going. Normally, how it goes. It's normally, around Thanksgiving. Middle, late November, early December, and then if needed, depending on a few situations, it's right before Christmas or end of the new year. But coaching carousel, of course, already starting with USC firing Clay Helton on Monday, and like I said, I know twice now. I said, hey, tonight, which was on Monday night, I'm going to have a little discussion on who I think USC should hire, or at least some potential candidates. Didn't get to it with as good as Raw was, along with Monday Night Football. And then said then, hey, keep an eye out Saturday, of course, during the Penn State Auburn matchup in the whiteout tonight, because I did drop a little teaser, a little hint that one of the 2 coaches coaching tonight would be a candidate, and that's what I said earlier. The talk really got going on Tuesday with James Franklin's name being floated around for becoming the next head football coach at USC, which everybody's going to continue to deny it until somebody says yes in the end. And then, of course, they got the job then. But so, of course, didn't get to it tonight. Of course, that little hint was James Franklin. But if I can fit it in tomorrow with one of the 2 games in the NFL, which we'll see, of course, it's going to depend on how the games go. Got a good one with the Raiders and Steelers, and an even better Sunday night game with the Chiefs visiting the Ravens. As it seems like every year, past few years, even in the playoffs, they've played in primetime. And then, hell, even a week after, hey, let a week go by, let everything settle down, settle in. Maybe Monday night if I get around to it, But for the most part, because it's going to rely and revolve around college football with James Franklin and Penn State as well, we're going to save, and I'm sorry, but we're going to save the USC football head coaching search discussion for a later date. Now beginning, whether it be later on this weekend or not, probably not, but at the earliest then, but no later, of course, by the end of the season, but for the most part, I would think now next Saturday for live watch along reactions of college football. Then next week for Villanova at Penn State, as Penn State has 2 more home games here to wrap up this 4-game homestand and 5-game opening bid to 2021 with at Wisconsin, of course, 16-10 winners. Defeated Ball State last week, 44-16, a 28-20 win tonight at home in the whiteout against Auburn. So we are Penn State, but then Villanova and Indiana before at Iowa. And like I said a little bit ago, that Penn State-Iowa matchup in, 3 weeks now on October the 9th, bearing any losses by either team from now until then, we're going to check in on Iowa to see who they play in the meantime. Because I know, of course, who Penn State plays, but who does Iowa play the 2 weeks prior? That's going to be a good question that is going to be answered right now. Colorado State at home next week, and then they go to Maryland on Friday night, October the 1st, which arguably should be a good game as well, with the way Maryland's playing right now. But same thing, you know, overreaction Monday all the time, following the weekends. It's still early in the season. You know, yeah, a few of these teams, they're going to settle in and then still end up losing, you know, a handful of games by the season's end and, you know, finish, you know, whether it be bowl eligible or not, who knows? You know, that's why they play the games. One team's going to win, one team's going to lose. Tonight it was Penn State, 8-point winner at home against Auburn. But back to Penn State's defense real quick, because second time in 3 weeks, give me a goddamn heart attack again, like I said. Games come down to the final play. And defense has stood, held down the fort, and Penn State's held on to a 6 and now an 8-point win, following a cover all 3 weeks, actually. If you would have picked them to upset Wisconsin a couple weeks ago, and then last week at home against Ball State, and then they were 5-point favorites tonight, winning by 8 at home against Auburn. But yeah, Penn State's defense just stellar. Like I said, they're stout, depth-wise. They're good in that category as well. Like I said all season long, you know, for me at least, looking at it, they're a little bit better on the back end and the secondary than they are up front seven. But even up front, you know, with Tangelo and Mustafer at D tackle, as it was tonight, as Tangelo did make a few stops. He did. Transfer from Duke, of course, coming in. And then we finally got to see John Lovett play as well, switching numbers from 23 to 10 as well in the process of doing so. So we'll see his final stats here in a second. But, yeah, it was up front. Penn State's defense just as a whole tonight won them the game. They did. And then, of course, the touchdowns on offense, which I believe Clifford had 3 total? Or 2 total? Here, we'll just pull it up. I know he had 2 passing touchdowns, yes. And then Noah Kane had that rushing touchdown. And then, that's right, Tyler Warren, third-string tight end, had that Wildcat touchdown, direct snap. And then Clifford had the interception, but that didn't matter because it was in the first half. He finished 28 of 32 for 280, 2 passing touchdowns and a pick. They ran that wide receiver pass as well with Dotson. That was 1 for 22. And that was to Tyler Warren as well. And then Tyler Warren had a carry for a yard and a touchdown on a direct snap, which they ran again, but of course Auburn stopped it because they were ready for it at that time. But yeah, Penn State's defense now, with the way they played all season long, of course now, just as it was last week with Ball State, they got Villanova coming in. You know, so not a cakewalk by any means. They got to start fast though, just like they did last week. Got to find a running game. Just continue to chip away at the little things, and all the big things will add up in the end, and you'll come out on top. You know, and that's being able to block up front. It's the fundamentals of football. It's the basics. It's the little things in life that make a difference. It is. But it's blocking up front. It's running the football. It's, you know, taking a deep shot every once in a while. Being consistent, though, in the process of doing so. You know, relying on your defense. You know, making big stops left and right. Relying on special teams. No stupid turnovers or penalties. You know, this is mile long. Goes on and on and on from there. But those are, you know, just the main focal points, the little things that, you know, always, you know, add up and end up hopefully picking up you the win. But yeah, it's up front. It was Musfer and Tangelo all night. Really didn't see anybody else at D tackle. And then on the ends, Ebikadi got to Nick's a few times, and Nick Tarburton really didn't do a whole lot. But credit Auburn's offensive line. They were able to protect Bo Nix for the most part. I don't believe he was sacked. Um, no, I don't think he was. He was 21 of 37 for 185 yards passing. And really, as they were saying all day, that the quarterbacks, whether it be Nix or Clifford, whoever would do better would be the difference, and their team would come out on top. It ended up being Clifford. I mean, I really didn't think it'd come down to the quarterbacks. Like I said earlier, one line of scrimmage up front in trenches. If Penn State can stop Auburn on the ground and be able to run the football themselves, in which really in the second half they only added another 20 rushing yards, but another touchdown on top of that as well. Kane finished 19 of 45 for a score. And Auburn, Tank Bigsby had 23 carries, 102 rushing yards, and 2 touchdowns. And then Hunter had 9 carries for 63 rushing yards as well. So they didn't stop the run. They didn't really run the football that well themselves either, but I mean, they sort of did late again when they needed to, and that's really all that matters, because they had to lead them at that point, because they did what they had to do early on to get to that point. So I mean, I'll take it, but the running game still needs to get fixed. They did run them a little bit better than the past few weeks, but the way Auburn ran the football, that's what they need to be, or that's how they need to be running the football week in and week out, week after week. They know that. We know that. It's just a matter of are they going to be doing that? Will they? In the weeks to come. Because looking ahead still here, okay, Villanova, and I still don't know why that game's on the schedule, because it's an FCS opponent, and the Big Ten's not supposed to be scheduling FCS teams. Somehow it's on, and that's who Penn State's playing next week. No Howie Long though, so Penn State should roll to another battle of cat victories. Gives Auburn the Tigers, and then Villanova the Wildcats next week. And then the line should be 4-0 to close out September. I mean, who would have thought, after starting 0-5 last year, and then now on a 7-game winning streak, with the 4-0 cap off to last year to finish 4-5, and now 3 straight this year. So then it's Indiana. Indiana is still going to be a tough game, especially the way the game was last year and how it ended and everything. But they need to get revenge for that. But then it's going to be a top 10 showdown, Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City 3 weeks from now. Probably on Saturday Night Football, like I said. Game day's probably going to be in town. We're actually going to look ahead to that week now that I bring it up. That is week 6 in college football. That Saturday, well, there are a few other good games that week. Penn State, Iowa, Alabama, Texas A&M, Georgia, Auburn, Oklahoma, and Texas in the Red River rivalry, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, Arkansas, Ole Miss. Those are current ranked games, but West Virginia might be ranked tomorrow after another win today. But Auburn's going to drop with a loss. Alabama and A&M's another top 10 showdown that week. The thing is, as they did today with Alabama, Florida, that game was 3:30 on CBS. That game is probably also going to be 3:30 on CBS. And then if a 7:30 ABC kick with Penn State, Iowa, they can showcase that because, of course, with college game day and have it on ABC that night, they're going to do their game rather than somebody else's game. That's just how that goes. And then, of course, Virginia Tech lost, so they'll drop. Arkansas, Ole Miss, it'd be an interesting game that week. Still a few games from now. There's a lot of to-be-determined kick times as I look ahead here now. Later on that night, now there's nothing for a night game that week on anything. Not for a 7:30, 8 o'clock kick yet. Just bringing it up, not ruling it out. I mean, if they go elsewhere, I could really care less about game day. I'm not going to be in Iowa City by any means whatsoever anyway, but if it is 7:30 ABC, still okay. If it's the 3:30 kick, noon kick, big noon kick it on that Saturday on Fox, so be it as well. Because that's what Penn State, Wisconsin was a couple weeks ago. It's still going to be a tough game though for the Nittany Lions, because anytime, regardless of how good Penn State or Iowa is, and regardless of where the game is being played at, the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Iowa Hawkeyes always go toe to toe with each other. They're always butting heads from start to finish, and other than a few blowouts, uh, the game's always coming down to the final play. And that's happened a few times. Iowa is what Penn State is in the East and the West, and vice versa. So Iowa's the Penn State out west, and Penn State's the Iowa here in the East in the Big Ten. That should be a good game. And then the bye week comes at a perfect time for the Nittany Lions, middle of October before Illinois, and then they go to Columbus to take on Ohio State. And as I was saying earlier, if they can get past Iowa in a couple weeks, but that's still 3 games away. They need to get by Villanova and Indiana first. I don't care how confident you are. It's still 1-0 a week. It's 1 game at a time. You get there when you get there, because you never know. They could lose to Villanova. They could lose to Indiana. I'm not saying they will. Hopefully they won't. Hope to God they don't. But if they can even get by Iowa, then another tough road game, as they already went to Wisconsin and won by 6, held on, big home win in the whiteout tonight against Auburn. They can get by Iowa, another tough road game, get through the bye week, beat Illinois, who's average right now, but still, a tweener game, which honestly could go either way, because both teams, as of late, and Illinois is going to be coming on the schedule a lot more for Penn State in the next few years as well. Brett Bielema now back in the Big Ten, so, and I still believe he'll be getting that program back on track, and he'll win in the Big Ten. It's a matter of how soon. Honestly, have no idea by any means, but we'll see how it all plays out, a couple years from now, but still 1 game at a time now, and we'll get there when we get there. But if they can, they call them trap games, okay? Trap, tweener game, more so a trap game. Tweener, it's right there in the middle. You go either way, right, left. And politically wise, bringing this into it right now, just because I thought of it off the top of my head, with as bad as shit is right now in the U.S., I don't care what party you're affiliated with. I don't care who the hell you voted for last election. Republican, Democrat, we're all Americans. We all need to move the hell on and get on with our lives and get back to normal. Whether we're vaccinated or not, whether we're wearing masks or not, who the hell cares? Okay? Unless I'm told, hey, you have to wear this or have to have this to go, so be it. But at that point in time, I'm probably not going there. I'd stay the hell away from whatever it is. Something else better to do. So, no. Even with all that, being said, still now back to football. I don't even know why I threw that in there, to be honest with you. I don't. Now that I look back on it a few seconds later. You ever heard the saying, think before you speak? Yeah, Luke, I have, but I just thought, and I know I've said that a few times on here, but I just thought of that for some unknown reason off the top of my head and figured, what the hell, I'll say it. So yeah, like I said, I don't really give a shit how your boat floats, left, right, up the middle, sideways. I don't care. I don't think anybody does. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Nobody cares. Just move on. And hopefully both these teams will. I guess that's a good direction to get back into talking football. I mean, if anybody does know, if they think they know what direction I was going with that, let me know in the comments below, because I have no idea, as it already is what time now here, as I'm continuing to blab. And just think, if I was saying that I was going to, even though I did, backing off it now for now, talk about USC still tonight, hell, we'd be on here till morning. But no, if they can get past Iowa in a few weeks, Penn State, bye week, perfect time. I'll think of what I was saying here in a second. Now I'm gonna get back on track. Losing my train of thought. Watching football, still 21-20 Oklahoma State over Boise State early fourth quarter. Arizona State BYU with the Cougs going to be joining the Big 12 in a couple years. Um, and an interception by the BYU defense as I speak. And a big first down run, it looks like, for Boise State, if I'm not mistaken, yes. First down and 10. But no, in the end, as I was saying with Illinois is going to be coming on the schedule and all that. Bill and getting them back on track. Indiana and Illinois are going to be the trap games because they're right in between the next two toughest road games for the Penn State Nittany Lions, as they've already gone to Wisconsin. I knew coming in, and I said it, they have a tough road schedule this year, okay? At Wisconsin, then at Iowa, with this 4-game home skid in between. Not even a skid, because a skid is meaning you're going down, you're losing. This 4-game homestand that their opponents have skidded on out of Happy Valley with 2 straight Penn State wins to get to 3-0 now. Villanova, Indiana, Illinois, trap games, and then it's at Iowa, and then it's at Ohio State. And even at that point, a month from now, a little over a month from now, if they can get to Columbus and win in the shoe for the first time in 10 years, who knows what's going to happen in November and in December. If they can, because of course, look at the schedule, Maryland and Rutgers aren't playing too shabby. Of course, Michigan's still got to come in, and they got to go to Michigan State, and they're playing well right now. So, of course, we'll get to the end of the season when we get there, 1 game at a time. Honestly, it's 1 game at a time, because it's not like you're going out there, it's a totally different story if so, and you're playing an all-star game, because that's what this would be, a couple defenders from this team or a couple defenders from this team all out on defense at the same time, and then, hey, you beat them on this play, well, your team's awarded points for this game, and so on and so forth. Or if your offense was, of course, put out there to play 2 different defenses at once, well, then that's not fair. You know, you got to add your second team offense out there to play. It'd be 22 on 22 when it's 11 on 11. And tonight, 11 on 11 for Auburn and Penn State in the whiteout. It was a 20-20 win for the blue and white, as the blue just defeated the, well, not gray, but a team from down south, just like they did in the Civil War back in the 1860s, as the Big Ten gets a win over the SEC in this regular season as well, with a 8-point Penn State 28-20 win at home in tonight's whiteout once again over Auburn. So, yeah, I mean, looking at these stats, like I said, and backtrack, sorry, I don't even know where the hell I was going with what I was saying there a minute ago, if anybody's still listening or watching by any means, as it is getting a little bit late now, and I mean, how the game's been over for how long, and I'm still talking, but, and going to be on again tomorrow for a few different games in the NFL, and then on Monday as well, but just be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Yeah, whistle when I say subscribe, and say that 3 times fast, or try to do that 3 times fast and see how it sounds, because hell, we just heard how it sounded, and yeah, that's why I said, no, we're going to back off, and yeah, just be sure to subscribe. Hit the red subscribe button, the notification bell next to it as well. It's easy to visit on social media, links in the description below. Always greatly appreciated for your support. Now I'm acting like I'm drunk when I'm not, because of good of a game I just witnessed with Auburn and Penn State. And of course, yeah, it is getting a little late here, but I'm normally up this late for the most part anyway, so that's nothing new. Auburn came in averaging 61 points a game. Of course, that's going to go down. They only scored 20 tonight. They play Georgia State next week. They should win. Penn State should win against Villanova as well. But then also, as they were averaging 235 through the air and 340 on the ground. They were held to 185 passing yards and 182 rushing yards. So I thought Penn State, looking at that, did a damn good job of stopping them there. Every dog has its day. And the Nittany Lions in this battle of cats defeated the Tigers tonight, defeating Auburn in the whiteout once again, 28-20. So, as I thought, if Penn State can stop the run and find a running game of their own, they'd win. Well, they gave up more rushing yards than they gained on the ground, and they still won. And because of that, the reason was because of their defense, plain and simple. There's nothing else to be said about it. Okay, yes, on offense, Clifford had 2 passing touchdowns, and then Penn State also had 2 rushing touchdowns on the ground as well. Whereas Auburn also had 2 rushing touchdowns, and they also had 2 field goals. But you can't settle for field goals, especially in games this big. But then they also turned it over. Penn State capitalized with a touchdown. That was an actual turnover on the turnover. Penn State had a turnover on downs. Auburn capitalized, however, it was with a field goal. And then Clifford did have an INT, but it was right before halftime. They took a knee, so that didn't count. Even though still in the record book it does, in the stat book here tonight. And the final box score with Auburn having more first downs than Penn State. Both teams, for the most part, were good on third down. Penn State had about 20 more total yards than Auburn did. But, and like I said, I really didn't think it'd come down to how the quarterbacks were going to play. But it did. It truly did, because passing, Penn State had over 300 because of the extra 22 from Jahan Dawson on that wide receiver pass, because Clifford had 280, so add it all up, that's 302. And then Nix had 185. Turnovers were 1 apiece. And then Penn State capitalized on the 1. If Auburn would have had time, they might have. But then they did capitalize on turnover on downs, which is still a little bit the same, but not really. But it was only field goal. So, there's your difference. Other than Penn State playing good on defense as well. I thought Auburn played good on defense too, but they, of course, gave up 8 more points. And there's only one team that can end up winning, and it was Penn State. Penn State was better passing. Auburn was better rushing, though. It was split. It was a pretty even matchup coming in on paper. Top 25 Big Ten SEC regular season showdown. And from start to finish, it came down to the final play. That's what it was. Of course, the officials were shit the whole entire night until they made a few decent calls late, but nothing spectacular. The refs were terrible, once again, as Charles Barkley would say. But in the win, Penn State winning by 8, 28-20. Blow on the loss first. Bo Nix was 21 of 37 for 185 yards passing. Tank Bigsby had 23 carries for 102 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns. 109 for 63 again. Nix also had 7 carries for 19 rushing yards. And then Kobe Hudson led the way for Auburn, receiving 4 catches for 66 receiving yards. John Samuel Shank, 5 catches for 62 yards. Demetrius Robertson, 5 catches for 23 yards. He slowed down. Penn State shut him down in the second half, it felt like. And then Johnson had a catch for 14 yards. Hunter also had a couple catches for 10 yards. Jackson, Johnson, a couple catches apiece for a few yards as well. And then Penn State in the win. Clifford, as he had 6 carries for 16 yards on the ground, he was 28 to 32 for 280 through the air with 2 passing touchdowns and that interception. Once again, it really didn't matter. And then Dotson 1 for 1 for 22. And then Noah Kane led the way on the ground for Penn State, 19 carries for 45 yards rushing and a touchdown. And it was basically just him, because even we had Kevon Lee and John Lovett get 2 carries apiece for 15 and 9 yards respectively. Tyler Warren had a touchdown run on a direct snap, and the Wildcat, of course, the third string tight end. And then they ran a fake punt with Mustapher. Carey, of course, got the first down, but they marked him short. And then Penn State receiving. Dawson did finish with 10 catches for 78 receiving yards and a score. Brenton Strange, 4 catches for 71 yards and touchdown. Theo Johnson only had that 1 catch for 37 yards early on, but at least, as Tyler Warren also had a catch for 22 yards as well, at least they finally went to the tight ends and they're starting to open up the offense playbook. And you can build on that moving forward, along with finding a running game moving forward as well. Parker Washington also had 8 catches for 49 yards. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 4 for 27, sort of slowed down in the second half, but they did go to him there once, I believe it was, in the third quarter. And then John Lovett also had a out of the backfield for 18 yards as well. So, of course, loving the Penn State 28-20 win over the Auburn Tigers this evening in this year's one of potential 2 whiteout games for the Penn State Lions here at home, right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium, as Michigan will come in mid-November. And with the way, of course, Michigan's looking right now, who knows? Might have another night game then, another whiteout as well on top of it. I would say whiteout, yes. Yes, no, maybe so to a night game right now, especially because it's just in November. They've had night games at home in November, though, before. So, I mean, that's not going to be anything new. Just matter on how the rest of college football looks that weekend. Of course, come Monday, we'll find out the kick time for Indiana. They always announce it just less than 2 weeks before kick, if the kick time isn't already announced. So that'll be this Monday, because that game's 2 weeks away. Because they just announced last week for Villanova next week, next Saturday. Kick time for that will be 12 noon on the Big Ten Network next Saturday. So those will be my next live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube for college football for the blue and white Penn State Lions, who start off 3-0 here in 2021 with 3 consecutive wins over Wisconsin, Ball State, and now Auburn. 7 straight dating back to last year after an 0-5 start. So, I mean, that's a full year. That's 7-5. That's a bowl game right there. Decent bowl game, but still a bowl game. They should have still went to a bowl game last year, even though they declined to. But I'll digress on that situation. I've said my piece there. But yeah, tonight, Penn State in the whiteout defeat the Auburn Tigers by a final score once again of 28-20. I think I'm going to go throw some toilet paper and some trees outside to celebrate the win, because, well, anybody that's a Penn State fan right now can do just that. Of course, there's only one Toomer's Corner, but there's only one Auburn Penn State game in 2021, and the Nittany Lions picked up an 8-point victory at home tonight against those Brian Harsin, Bo Nix-led Auburn Tigers here this evening. So, 28-20, your final score as Penn State gets to 3-0. They'll most likely stay at 10 in the top 10. Top 10's not going to be changing, as everybody won this week. But like I said, we could see some shake-up with some just flip-flop going on with, say somebody dropping a few spots and somebody jumping, say Iowa, to get over with the way both Oklahoma and Oregon played today. But now we see some highlights with Auburn and Penn State, because I'm still talking, as this Arizona State BYU game is at the half. Oklahoma State, Boise State here late in the fourth quarter. But I don't think I really have anything else much to say, honestly, to be honest with you. Because, still 21-20. Oklahoma State beat Boise State here, 4:50 to play. Hell, it was 4:50 to play in the third quarter when I turned it on. on this TV at least, because I was watching it over there. But I mean, what a game and what a night, like I said, for Penn State picking up a huge home non-conference win to close it out here tonight against Auburn again. So they'll go there next September sometime. It's either a week before or a week later. I don't think it's the same week as it was here tonight. It might be, though. I honestly have no idea. I'm not really worried about the 2022 season right now. I'm worried about Penn State and Villanova next week, and then Indiana and Iowa before the bye week after that. And then it's, as I've said, you get to, of course, the bye week, and then Illinois and Ohio State to close out October, and you get into late October, early November, into November, and in December potentially for the Big Ten title game, and then it's bowl season, and then the season's over, and then you're looking ahead then at that point to next year. So, of course, we'll get to Indiana and Iowa in the bye week after next week, though, which is Penn State's next last home game for a few weeks. Of course, bye week in between. Trip to Iowa City as well on the schedule. But tonight, it's a 8-point home win as Penn State covers as a 5-point favorite against the Auburn Tigers, winning by a final score of 28-20. Can I say it? Yeah, I think I can say it. Well, hold off on that thought for a second, because this Boise State scoop and score for a touchdown might also be coming back just like Penn State's was a little bit ago, but this might be because of a penalty flag, not a down by contact. But Boise State just took the lead, 26-21. Rolling on the field, he's down. So before Penn State-Auburn, Auburn wasn't down. Joey Porter Jr. returned it to the house for 6, but then they reviewed it. He was down and got it returned. See a replay on this. That's a fumble. This is completely opposite of what we saw. And this should be a touchdown for Boise State to take the lead. That's what that should be. And man, I don't know. Maybe. But I'll digress. He's down on the field. In the meantime, Auburn Penn State highlights. Okay, here we go. This is how we'll sign off, along with this review. But there's a touchdown from Noah Kane. There's that hurdle from Hunter. Which, that was a pretty sick play, honestly it was. And then the no call on the PI. That was a good no call, though, because they both got tangled up and fell down. It was more of an offensive pass interference, I thought, than on Penn State. And then they threw the DPI on Auburn the following drive for Penn State. And they, of course, ended up holding on and picking up the win, falling incomplete pass on the final play of the game, winning 28-20 once again in the whiteout. So those highlights will continue during halftime of whatever game is currently on ESPN right now. That'd be Arizona State BYU. And yeah, so this is completely opposite. That's a fumble. He's not down. That's a fumble. That ball's out. That's a fumble. Yeah, that's going to get overturned, and it would be a touchdown Boise State because he picked it up and returned it for 6. Yeah, so in the Auburn Penn State game, it was a fumble on the field, and then he was down on replay, so it was overturned. This is still going to get overturned, as it's under review right now. It's going to get overturned, no doubt about it. But on the field, he's down by contact when he's not. That's a fumble, and then Boise State scooped up and scored. Should be 26, 27, 21 Boise State here over Oklahoma State with Austin 3:16 to play. So, yeah. I'll digress once again with this. If I remember tomorrow, I'll tell you how this game finishes up now about 12 hours or so from now for okay, it's going to be Boise State football. It is a fumble. It's Boise State football, but they're not going to give them a touchdown. They got a 1st and 10 from wherever the ball's going to be spotted at. And they still trail by 1, 21-20. So I'll digress once again, and I'll let you know if I remember, because I normally try to recap college football from the day before, but for the most part, we've recapped all college football today with this night game tonight, Saturday night football in primetime with Auburn and Penn State from the whiteout once again. So if I remember, if I get around to it, along with USC and all that, at a later date, earliest probably next Saturday now, like I said earlier, I'll fill you in then. But as I was going to say, can I say this? And yeah, I'm pretty sure I can say this. War, damn, Eagle, we are Penn State, as the Penn State and Nittany Lions pick up a 28-20 win once again here tonight in the whiteout. So that does it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96, live right here on YouTube for live watch-along reactions in college football with Auburn at Penn State. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links, as always, in the description below. Hope to see everybody now tomorrow for an NFL doubleheader, along with a Monday night for WWE Monday Night Raw and Monday Night Football as well to cap off this weekend. And then now next weekend, it'll be college football Villanova at Penn State with a doubleheader once again with the NFL and the WWE next Sunday and Monday night for the Extreme Rules pay-per-view, and Monday Night Raw and Monday Night Football the following night as well, a week from Monday. So got some good action coming up, but tonight in the 2021 whiteout, in a top 25 Big Ten SEC showdown, the Penn State Blue and White Nittany Lions defeat the Auburn War Damn Eagle Tigers by a final score once again for the final time this evening, as it took to the final play to close it out for the second time in 3 weeks for Penn State. 28-20. We are Penn State. Hope to see everybody now tomorrow for more live watch along reactions in the NFL, along with a Monday for in the NFL and the World Pro Wrestling. Next Saturday, Penn State hosting Villanova, and then next Sunday and Monday as well for both football and professional wrestling then too. But tonight, Penn State 8-point winner, 28-20 over Auburn. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.